We totally didn't open up space. Quick, we got to do it. We got to do it before space ends. Hello, VOD viewers. We're doing replay reviews today. I didn't set up a new bot system. I'm going to do it completely freestyling. I'm going to Reign of Terror. I decide. You guys are just going to post it in chaos. I'm just going to grab it. That's what I've decided for today. 136. Okay, that's enough space. Whew. Phew. Phew. Can you believe recording 6 hours of streams every day is really eating up space? Crazy. Okay. 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 We're good to go. We're ready. Hey, Changies, how you doing? All right, that's there. This is here. We're starting a little late. I'm in a rush to make sure I have enough outfits for the casting we're getting to do, and I'm a Dota player. I'm not so prepared for fashion, so it's been a little stressful to make sure I don't look like an animal. Hey, Porky. Okay, guys. Whoever posts the first match ID, we're just gonna go with. If you're interested in a replay, just post them. Post them. Give me your sob story.
Whoa,
Tell me
who's
what
that?
you're interested
Thank you.
in.
Whoa.
Let me
Sup,
know.
dude?
And I'm just gonna pick interesting ones. Complete chaos. Not a random system. Up to me. Just to save us a few seconds. Just because we will also have to end early. I gotta go do more stuff after this. So Mortal Oracle, what's up? How you doing? Thank you. Thank you. Non-existent, thank you. I am also very excited. I'm very excited. I'm really happy. We're gonna go do our best. Hopefully, dressed and higher, my feedback will be not as useful, and it'll probably be more based in like, here's how I feel about you as a support. Like, you're not helping me in this way, and you could help me help you do this. Like, I could help with that. But I couldn't tell you like, hey, in this matchup, you should be doing this. Like, I don't know that as much. That stuff doesn't matter as much when you're like Archon, but as you get to like Divine, Immortal Plus, it does matter. Like, hey, Puck versus Ember, you need to do this, like whatever. And I don't know that shit because I don't do it. So I'd be giving you fake information, or what I'd really be doing is just telling you most of the time, I'm not sure, I don't know. Can you do this? Yes, because you are first. Oh, wait, I can't. There we go. Let me know who you're playing here. Guys, if I miss a single timestamp, the stream is over. I will end the stream. Let me make sure I have the right stuff open. We got to be on point with this. We have to build the habit. You are the PA. Crusader. Okay, we should be able to give you some helpful advice then. Phantom, Assassin, 1, Crusader. I will timestamp that in a moment. And then, you know what? We're going to timestamp it now before we forget. Timestamp now. I was just going to add, you know what? I'll do it for the next one. Let's just get going into this. Download the game. What's the date? 3/16. Okay, perfect. Yeah, okay, we're good to go. Everything should be good. This one has sound, right? Yeah, okay. Hey, Ray Stu, you loving Weird Force? There's a ton this patch. Really good for if you're enjoying it. Like, Night Stalker and Faceless are my top 2 weird ones right now. Natures and Tinker are kind of back as position 4s as well this patch. Sure, there's others. The Phantom, thank you so much. We're gonna do our best to deliver on the big stage. This will be a very short stream. Well, it is what it is, you know. We forget a timestamp. So be it. Where is While this is downloading, I have a moment to type this in. Okay, this will be for... Oh, no, what? That's not what I wanted at all. All right, delete that. I'll create a new text box. I was just copying and creating to like copy stuff over, but I guess it duplicated them and made them the same thing. So we'll worry about that later. All right, let's go. Phantom Assassin. Oh, it changed what I... Oh no, I didn't do this one. I did it for the timestamp. Crusader for the carry. Okay. I'm stuck in Crusader for a while. All right, let's get you out. Believe it or not, all you needed was about 15 minutes of review from me. Here we go. Okay. That's a big promise to deliver on. Let's see. You got a Quelling Blade, Tango Stick. Who are we laning against? Maybe Necrophos. Actually, it's a real question mark on who we're laning against. This is a pretty generic build, so I don't mind. I see you bought your own Sentry. In the future, hopefully you won't have to do this, but if this is adapting to the fact that, hey, my supports never seem to block camps, then it's perfectly fine. I think it's a good adjustment to make. Can I recommend, though, if you want to do this yourself, I would recommend, one, you spend some time capturing this Watcher and this Watcher. It does make this area safer, but if their 4 support is rushing out here to maybe come block your camps, they're maybe getting here first, and they're going to run into you, and they're going to be like, oh, PA has a sentry, how weird. And then they show you on the lane, oh, PA does not have a sentry. Do you think PA is unblocking her own camp? Probably not. She's probably just blocking this stuff. So if you want to block this, I recommend you just rush out and do it. And instead of placing it here, so in this case, we didn't run into anyone. They might come in. They don't know the secret super cool spot that I told you guys about because they don't watch my videos. They're a bad position for. They just drop it right here. Now they're going to kill your sentry for free, and it's like, that sucks. So if you put it on the left in this corner, or there's even a spot like kind of here if you want to do that. If you want to do like this corner to just be like absolutely as far away from this as possible, you can. Here is plenty. That would be safer, I would say. And that way, when they come block this camp, there's no chance that they immediately unblock this for free. You want this to at least block the first spawn. That's the most important one. And if you're going to go out of your way as a carry to buy a sentry, we should prioritize that by rushing out here, dropping that sentry, and then depending what your team is doing, because I'm telling you to just skip these Watchers, if you rush here first, it might be too dangerous to walk back in here. So then at this point, you'd go sit under your tower or take the like really long loop back around to your team if you don't see anything on your map. The goal here is that we just don't want to give up first blood. We don't want to lose a lot of health for no reason. And a bounty rune is really not worth dying for. If you just want to get the bounty rune and then you want to go Watcher, sit by this camp, sit by this rune spawn, I'm kind of okay with that. But then you're probably not like doing this. Okay, so they all ended up bottom, so it's not a big deal. You did this. You're capturing every Watcher, and then you're here. So, one piece of advice to give you right off the bat. These Watchers really aren't going to matter too much. This one, sure. You want to capture this one? I'm fine with that. This one really is not going to be useful for, like, the entire time it's alive. Almost no gameplay is going to happen here in most games. Come over here. Okay. Crusader carry, you don't trust your support. Let's just be real. We don't trust them. We need to do as much as possible in our own control to have a good start. And that means, for the most part, try to keep equilibrium around here ourselves. Do as many tricks as possible ourselves to stay here. Because if you have to depend on the support doing a pull, on the support like, oh, we're playing up here, so I need support to be with me, and they're like, nope, I'm gonna go jungle, right? Like, it's screwed. So as much as we can do, be right here. You did the sentry trick. yourself to block the camp. Happy with that. Bonus, don't block the whole wave, because if they don't do any blocking, sometimes you end up under the tower, especially on the Radiant side. But if you let one creep through, maybe even two, step yourself in between the creep wave and body block so that the first two go forward and then the back two are a little later. What that means, if you, by the way, side story, if you end up like doing stuff like here with your team and you don't do this, that's fine. But if you are just like up here on your own, then feel free to do this trick. Then right now, the first creep or the first two creeps meet, and then you're still body blocking the rest back here. And that means 4 of their creeps are going to start fighting 1 or 2 of your creeps. And so ever so slightly, it sounds like the smallest thing, but your creeps will take like 50 to 100 to however much more damage than their creeps will. And that means with nothing else happening, the wave is slightly pushing in your favor. And that is the easiest way to keep equilibrium right here, is that when the enemy wave is healthier and has like 1 or 2 more creeps, too many, like they have 8 creeps to your 4, that's a bit too much, and that's about to shove into you, and there's going to be like a tower dive, and you're going to have to like last in a tower. That's a pain. But like 5 creeps to 4 creeps, 4 healthy creeps to 3.5 creeps, that is pretty good for a carry player in this rank who has to trust only yourself to reliably keep it around here. Yeah, sometimes letting the range go first can also be another way to do it. That one's a little riskier because you actually have to block all the melee creeps in order for that to happen. On the Dire, you see it meets here, so you do have a little bit of room to work with. If you try that trick on the Radiant, you're going to tower yourself, and that's why I wouldn't recommend that. You can go for it if you ever play off lane for whatever reason. Maybe you like doing your ranked roles, you're not always a carry player, sometimes you do off lane. You can go for that trick in those times. Okay, but so far, 2 and 2, so that's good. 3 and 3, great. Okay, must one deny. I'm not going to worry too much about the exact amount of blast hits, so long as you're conceptually doing the right stuff. I say so far, relatively happy. We're missing a couple more now. This pull, very bad by Venomancer. Support players out there. This, completely unnecessary. Equilibrium in a great spot. Remember, count the number of creeps. Great spot. So this pull, very bad. Realistically, as a carry player, I know you're molding. You're like, oh, bad supports. I know, but we're just going to have to deal with it. And if you see this happen, this kind of pull happen, just go ahead and start killing the creeps as much as you can, or drag the creep wave over to the camp if you are able to. It kind of depends on what exactly is going on. And we're going to switch mindsets. If you can't drag this wave over here, what's going to happen is that your lane will shove, and you don't have a small camp. So instead of trying to do everything you can to keep it here now we have to commit to just shove the wave out all the way. It's not ideal, but it's what we have to do now and how we will adapt to supports doing pulls that they shouldn't. This just reminded me, I usually do this on anonymous mode so that we can flame people, and if this ends up in a video, I don't feel bad. Here we go. Here we are now. All right, a little bit of timing on the dagger. I'm seeing you miss some last hits that you should have. It's not the end of the world. That's just Dota. And look, like even with those last hits, you're still at the top, so that's really good. But of course, as you improve and you pick up a couple extra last hits, that does add up. So this is what I mean, right? Like we are just kind of shoving at this point. Now it's this is not the worst. If this range creep dies right away, it's like maybe you could salvage it, especially if they used spells in the lane. So always adapt, but my current mindset is I'm just going to keep shoving this in to get the reset. Going for Necro kill, so that's great. That's actually one of the ways you can punish a Necro off lane. He's very weak in the early levels, which if you know and you can tell your Venomancer, instead of doing these pulls, right, like, hey, I want to try to kill Necrophos in the first 3 levels, let's play really aggressive if we can. That sets the tone. I'm really glad you guys got the kill. I don't know how much you organized that personally versus it just happened. And as you can see, randomly, spells got used. It did push back in our favor. So kind of good to go on that front. I'm not a carry player, so I'm just gonna do a quick double check on how PAs are building, because I feel like sometimes you play against a hero like Necrophos and you adapt your build. So you got the wand, which is fine with me. Oh yeah, Orb of Corrosion. I would consider buying the Orb of Corrosion components. I know that's been very popular. I forgot till I looked at the build, but now that I see it, I'm remembering. Very popular. Give that a shot. As part of punishing Necrophos in the early levels, Orb of Corrosion would be great for that. And it's going to be really good this game overall. Good versus the Necro, Alchemist, and the Huskar. And you probably need to buy a second set of tangos sooner. So, like, you bought these boots, but we're not really moving around. Notice most of the game has been played in this little section right here. So if we delay the boots a little bit, is it the end of the world? Probably not. But this guy's passive and his Q spam is starting to get to you. The wand is a great purchase to help you with that, but you are slowly being tickled down. We're getting to the point where I'm not feeling so comfortable jumping in. And maybe right now still ain't. Okay, now's the point where I'm like, I don't feel good, right? Like, I can maybe kill this Necrophos. He's got boots, Sage's Mask, 6 stick charges. He has 400 health. Like, usually I'd want to jump that, but now I have 300 health, and I don't feel so good about that. So delaying the boots to maybe buy another set of tangos. If you're not a hero who can buy early regen, which is essentially rushing cornucopia for PA, you're going to have to buy an extra set of consumables versus, what's his name? So you identify it now, but that means now we're having to do this like small camp stuff instead of feeling comfortable being up here. And we should already be going through like 1 or 2 of the tangos. So that's something to identify a little bit sooner versus Necrophos is a very clear example. Someone else could be like Viper, who will try to like whittle you down a little bit and then commit for a big kill. Ranged heroes versus melee heroes. The melee hero in general is going to experience this, where you're just getting beat down over time. So don't be afraid to buy extra regen. And I think with that optimization and over time slowly working on the last hits, you're doing great for your rank. And then you could bump this up even higher, right? I think easily 35 this game, if not getting close to 40 with the stuff that you were at, but then just barely missed. I don't want to sweat those too much, but just, you know, highlighting the rooms of improvement and why it is worth practicing last hitting and all that. Keep an eye on the range creep back there when Venno uses spells like that. Some of the timing on the daggers there. Fortunately, they do just keep shoving the lane into you, so you are able to reliably pick up a couple last hits. Okay. Right there. Alright, see this guy drop an acid spray over here? And all the previous times he acid sprays here, and it's a pain, you don't want to walk in, but at least he shoves the lane in. So when he acid sprays here, you are now free to like stand in the wave as much as you want. And in my opinion, like, I don't know what Necrophos is doing over here, but eventually he's going to come back, and it's going to reach that point where you don't really want to walk up there, but you do want as many last hits that you can get right now. You actually don't have the pole cam right now, which is a bit unfortunate. But there are times where you can just shove this lane in. Because these guys have clearly shown they're not trying to maintain equilibrium back here. They constantly just shove the lane in. So I'm not really worried about them punishing you for this. So to reiterate that, we're going to do something that you probably shouldn't do at higher ranks, but in this current rank, I think you will be able to do and get away with, and it'll help you out. So just start hitting this guy, because he already used one of his big spells to punish you, and this guy's over here. So for example, you can walk up to this range creep and secure it now. That will usually push the lane out, but if you wait, like you are, like you see how you're kind of like waiting for some last hits, back, you know, back and forth. But if you actually just stood here and just kept hitting the creeps responsibly so that you still get the last hits, then by the time they get over here, you've already killed off more of them. Because you kind of wait a little bit, now Necrophos is getting close, Alchemist can be like, I don't know, he's still dilly-dallying here. But like, they could be in here fighting you for this again, and then you're gonna have to, you're only gonna get like 2 last hits instead of like all 4. So while they're gone, and while they've already used some of their big spells, if you punish it by just getting the last hits, then that's how you can reliably bump this number up without them shoving it under tower, and then you're like, oh, I got a last hit under tower, which I feel for you. I struggle with that too. Last hitting under tower is not easy. All right, Nether Slight optimization. You have the right idea. You want the cornucopia. Set a keybind to your courier, and then the default is W. It's this go-to secret shop. You can change the hotkeys, but the default's W. So that way, while playing your lane, you don't even have to look away. For me, I press 5, I press W, the courier goes to the secret shop, and do that a little bit sooner. Do that, you know you want the cornucopia. When you're around like 900 gold, send the courier over. If you want to go even into a little bit more micro, come to your courier, then click it like in the trees a bit so that some 4 randomly walking over here, or the 5, whatever, won't kill your courier. If you want to do that, sure. But this way, you can actually already buy the cornucopia. The cornucopia could be here right now because you would have bought it and started having it go this way. And then you would get it probably about like 15, 20 seconds sooner than you are this game without doing this kind of pre-micro stuff of sending the courier over. May not seem like a lot, but for example, maybe right now you've got the cornucopia, so you're gonna start getting the regen and the mana, and so it's like 1 more free spell cast of your dagger because the dagger's so cheap. Oops, missed that one. 5 extra regen. So maybe you were already full health. It's not the end of the world, but the higher up you go, you will consistently see this stuff. So it is important to like get all these little edges so that when you're more likely to be the one winning the fight by 5 health than losing the fight by 5 health. All right, I'm gonna speed up now. I was actually gonna focus on the lane for today's replays, but your lane was actually pretty good. So I want you to find, and I like still gave some ideas on how to improve it, but I want to find something a little bit more meaningful for you, since I actually do think your lane was pretty good for your rank. That means you've got problems elsewhere. Orbit Corrosion could be one thing, but I'd say that's another smaller optimization in the grand scheme of things, rather than this is what's holding you in Crusader type thing. Okay, I got distracted for just a moment there. Why did we go bottom? So your team is all here, and so you decided to TP bottom. Okay, I don't mind that actually. I got distracted a little bit there, but I think that's good. And now let's move. I'd say this way and C. The thing is, you don't actually care about taking this tower. You do, but you don't. We're not going to put ourselves at any risk to take that tower, but given the opportunity, we will prioritize taking this tower. I see 2 people here, but I'm missing 3 heroes. So I don't really want you to have to walk up here and start entering risk when you can do Ancients and this camp and all that. And from this camp, the reason we're going here instead of here, not only is there more money here because it's an ancient camp, let's pretend the money was equal. This camp gives us a couple routes to take, which is 1 into the mid lane, and 2 back into this lane, and then technically 3, like some crazy aggressive path into their side. We're probably not doing that one. You could also just, I guess, retreat, so a 4th option. Here, you really only have this option, 1, and then like 2 back home. You know, so there's less options for you this way. You go invis and do this. I'm actually kind of open to this. Okay, and now I see Huskar up here and these guys. So I am feeling more confident to push this, but I don't care too much about this. So like, you're going to start fighting the Terrorblade. Are we going to kill the Terrorblade? Probably not. So I would really, especially because he probably has Sunder. So there's almost no chance you kill Terrorblade here. So I don't even want to waste time. I want to go farm rather than mess with Terrorblade. Technically, if you 2 fight, we're both the carries. Who's winning there? We're both not farming. We're both taking damage, sure. But if we think about the risk in the greater picture, you're doing it by their tower, which means there's a higher chance you die than the Terrorblade dies. Maybe you will kill him and I'll look foolish. No, okay. Woo! Imba, or exactly what we saw coming, because that is a Terrorblade who has Sunder. You know? So next time, if you think you can kill a hero, I am up for you trying. It's part of the learning process. But over time, you want to be able to quickly identify, this is not worth the effort. You have a Battle Fury. What is Battle Fury? Is it a fighting item or a farming item? It's a farming item. So once you finish Battle Fury, what should you be looking to do? To kill heroes or to farm things? I should look to farm things. Once I finish my fighting item, which looks like you're going Desolator, maybe it's the BKB, it could be the Basher, other times it's like Manta, SNY, whatever the build happens to be, right? Those are the fighting items. And when you have the fighting items, we will then look to kill these types of heroes. If this was like a Crystal Maiden pushing the lane, then yes, you can go for the kill with the Battle Fury. That's fine with me. But the other carry, who's also high armor, who also has a way to escape or return kill with Sunder. Another one could be like Alchemist carry with Chemical Rage, and he has this Radiant. So like, am I killing him really? Probably not. Naga Siren with Song? Probably not. So rather than like risk my life, I should just farm with my farming item. So that's actually a critical mistake right there. Of course, in a pub game, it won't be the absolute end of the world, but that is the kind of mistakes you should look to cut out of your gameplay when you're playing a hero like PA. You want to know your timing of when you want to take those risks or not. For example, this risk also, I didn't go back. This risk really scary. I saw you trying to decide. You were like right here and you were like, should I go this way? Should I go this way? Should I like push the lane? And this is where we need to look at the map and look at what information we have. And I have no information. I am very scared to push out. And if I was the support, then yes, my job is to go take that risk and kind of push us out for the team. But you're the carry still in that process of I have my farming item and I'm transitioning into my fighting strength. So it's not your responsibility to take these risks when you play a hero like PA. If you're playing someone like Juggernaut or Lifestealer, who are very survivable carries, then yes, their job is to do these kind of risks and then get out alive. But PA does not have that kind of tool set. So right here, actually it should be a little further back. Yeah, this wave right here. Boom, kill that wave. While you're killing that wave, just A-click it. They're not gonna fight back. They're not really gonna do much. Look at the minimap and start deciding, right? So let's go back one more time, practice it, right? I'm TPing in, gonna kill these creeps. Okay, jump in, A-click, and I'm looking at the map. And I'm trying to decide, where am I going next? Am I moving forward to the next wave and to push this tower? Am I going to these camps, these camps? Am I TPing somewhere else? Maybe. We just TP'd, so that's not an option this time. And when I see nothing on the map, I go, oh shit, I'm scared. So I'm gonna come here, which has the Ancients, pretty good to farm. A hard camp, pretty good. I am a little scared of people coming up here. That is true. But we could start with like the safe one, you know, like battle, use the Battle Fury to cut a tree here, do it real safe. If they walk into vision, you know, get out, you know, start with something safe, and then hopefully some more information is shown at that time. You ended up pushing forward I saw Necrophos in the mid, but I'm still missing 4 heroes. And then, oh shit, there's a Huskar. Oh god, you know? Now we've got problems, and now we're probably gonna die outside of some crazy lucky crits. No. What fast are we going? Yeah, we're not doing the, you could have maybe gotten some crazy lucky crits, but not this time. So now this is a second death that is based off of the risk we are taking to push this lane, which I want you to push this lane only when it's safe, but when it is safe, that is your #1 priority. But if it's not safe, we won't do it, and we will go farm this stuff instead. So those 2 deaths, you were at the top. Let me see what your net worth is. We could probably go back. It's not that important to do so, but those 2 deaths are huge, because if you think about how long you were dead, 44 seconds, 44 seconds, this is like 300 gold, make your way over here. What is this, a hard and a medium camp? Probably like 180 gold. 1 more wave, you know, back here. So we're probably missing 1,000 gold we could have had if we cut out 1 or 2 of those deaths. And that does make a difference, right? That puts us here and to like right behind the Huskar. In fact, Huskar is lower because he wouldn't have killed you. So I think that's probably, I think that's a really good lesson. We'll go a little further. Guys, if you want your game replayed, and maybe this is where we now add this in. What in the world is this? That's not what I meant to add. Let me make a text box. Today, we're chaos mode, guys. Simply type the match ID, who you're playing, any questions, put the sob story in. I'm just gonna look and pick people. We're not doing the raffle and all that. I don't have time today to set it up. I mean, we do, but I'm not going to. Full chaos, I choose at random based on what I read. So just chuck them in there, guys. Just chuck them in there. And then let me type something real quick to put that up so that you guys can see that. Chaos replays. Match ID from last week. Who you are playing. Sob story. Why? No, let's just do why I should pick you. We'll put this in the corner here. Where this is chaos mode. We need a background so that it's not, yeah, something like this. All right, good enough for now. I might make that text look nicer later. Throw them in, guys. I'll give you a couple minutes. We'll go a little further in this replay, and then I'm gonna start just grabbing whoever. So Deso could be done probably a minute or 2 sooner with those deaths out. And that could be a fighting item, start looking for stuff. Perhaps this is a Necrophos kill, and it could be the first charge of the Deso. Unfortunately, Razor's disconnected. Okay, moving in this way. So this is where you could farm and go left. See all this? Remember when we were talking about, is it safe to push? Let's pretend you were over here, and I suddenly see this. The Huskar with the Aegis. Everyone should be playing around him to make use of it, and the Terrorblade's there, and the Necro's dead, and Alchemist is here. So all that's left is an Ogre. Is Ogre gonna threaten me when I come to this tower? Probably not. So if you were down here, this is where you would shove this lane in really aggressively, and continue to watch the minimap to know when you have to stop and get out. In this case, because you're up here, this could be the reason you start moving this way to shove in this lane really aggressively, try to get them to come home and TP back, or at least take this tower while they're taking your tier 2 tower, so it's like some kind of a trade-off. You don't have a teleport right now, so it's particularly scary. We probably have to get that out right away. But for example, you could shove this lane out, push this lane, and then twin gate over ahead of time, and they're like expecting you to be here, and then you're like, haha, I'm over here, cutting creeps and stuff, and like falling back another way. So you see, he's pushing this, and because we like dilly-dally in the jungle, you could be hitting this tower right now and then moving on to the tier 2 to at least make someone here be like, should we be really letting PA take all our buildings for free? Maybe I'll go stop her, and they TB home. And that's what creates an opportunity when you see Ogre down here and you see the Necrophos greedily leaving his team to go like stop you, and now you TP back, and maybe there's a chance for like a 5-on-3. Even though you guys are 8k behind, we took 2 heroes out of the equation, so now it's playable. Maybe you got to time that up with these guys being alive. But this is why it's important to push lanes when it is safe to do. The first 2 deaths here, this was pushing when it was not safe to do so, and that's why we got punished for it. But this is a case where it is safe to do so, and we need to do it. Yeah, there we go. So we started a little late, but we are doing it now. And I feel like that's come up a couple times where I tell you, like, here's what you need to do, and you get there, but you're just a little slower than it, right? Like, you knew you needed the cornucopia, but you only send the courier after you have actually too much gold to buy the cornucopia. You know you need to push this lane, but you waited like 30 extra seconds. So sometimes it's not a new trick to get out of Crusader. It's just doing it a little faster, trying to like really be aware of what's going on in the game, try to make the decisions quickly. And sometimes you make the wrong decisions. That's okay, learning process. But sometimes that's the difference, where you're getting this and getting out because you came a little faster than you did. This is still actually, they let you go way too far. That's too much, but... All right, let me see, what are you guys sending in on these replays? Brace too. I think that might work. Maybe we will go there. That's pretty funny. Yo, B-Town, what's up? Okay, I mean, we are gonna copy and paste what you sent, guys, because we are going through multiple replays, and when we get there, you know, we're gonna need it again. We're gonna start with a quick one, I think, here. Here, where can I put this? I realize I can't copy and paste from the multi-chat tool I'm using. Okay, I'm numpad sufficient. We'll type it on the side. This is a laning question from Radiant Melee Creep. So we can answer this real quick in the lane and then keep going. Not forgetting the timestamp because I want you guys to get more replays. Don't have to end the stream quite yet. We remembered. Timestamp. Watch, replay, rank. This is soft support. Okay, so let's look at the lane real quick. If your off laner does something weird, doesn't pick up the right items, ability, stuff like that, can put you in a weird spot. It's not perfect. There's only so much you can do, but let's take a quick look. Okay, rushing out. Let's just get to the lane. I don't really recommend the clarity too much. You gotta leave the lane to get the value out of it. Don't really like it on most heroes. Crystal Maiden and Warlock are maybe some of the ones I find acceptable. You even bought 2 clarities, so this is 100 gold sitting in here that will not be the easiest to use. Not a huge fan of that. Oops. I actually don't know if Hoodwinks right now are starting W or starting Q. Maybe I'll take a look at that in a moment. If you replace this clarity with a sentry, you could have maybe ran out here at the start, blocked this, and then we've been out of the lane for a little bit, and that's not great. Hoodwink is a little bit level dependent. She wants Q and W. Hoodwink is also a very strong laner in terms of poke. She's weaker than she used to be, which is why she's out of the meta. But in general, she's a very long-ranged hero, and you can just keep being a rat and poking people in the lane, and it's very annoying. and that means you have to be in the lane versus this melee Naga to do so, and Lich, who has a shorter cast range and attack range than you do. And currently we are body blocking the camp, which is not the worst thing to do, but now it looks like we are maybe creep dragging or... Okay, so we went to go place a courier sniping observer, but we didn't notice this, so that kind of got given away. Hopefully Lich didn't pay attention. But this is all stuff you could have done before the lane began, and then you could have just sat here. We zoomed through it. I've already forgotten what you did instead, but swap this clarity with a sentry, and this is blocked. At the same time you block that, you put your courier sniping observer, and now we are sitting in the lane the whole time. And turn around for the courier snipe. Now we've got creeps on us. So we're about to enter the lane. We're about to start playing the lane, and our Legion is 1/3 of her health left. They're full health. He's mostly full health. So we kind of see the payoff of the trade-off of what we did. Sure, blocking the camp was good. Sure, we killed the courier. It was pretty costly for our offlaner. And that's why the more you can do ahead of the game, the start of the game, do this stuff, then you just sit in the lane, then maybe Naga's at half health. Legion at 1/3 does not want to walk into the lane. But Legion at 1/3 and Naga at 1/3, it's like, okay, maybe I can do that, actually. Maybe I'm up for that. She should take overwhelming odds versus a Naga. That is true. Maybe some of the reason she took press the attack is because how much damage she took. Like, if we look back at that, maybe that was some of her decision making. I wouldn't start Moment of Courage anyway, so that is bad. But here at level 2, you know, maybe she would have started Q, but she got to level 2 and she's like, I have no health and no tangos and my support's not here, so I'm not going to get to play aggressive with overwhelming odds. I got to heal. Maybe. Maybe that could have been part of it. Note the 2 clarities still in the backpack. 1/6 of our starting gold, still not really doing anything. Here you're looking to contest the pull. All right, guys. There's 2 ways to punish someone pulling. 1, prevent the pull. They go to do a pull. You waste their time by stopping it. You're a faster hero. It's more efficient for you. As they do a pull, you fight it. This is still part of the first thing. Like, you're contesting the pull. Preventing the pull or contesting it because you're a stronger hero, so you end up getting more out of the pull, and they don't really deny anything from you. That's one way to deal with it. The other way to deal with it is to allow the pull to happen, because if we switch to the free cam mode, and we go back to when Lich is in the lane, can't do much to Naga, Lich is heading over to pull, 235. Lich is over here, Naga is 1v2. In the same way Hoodwink was out of the lane at the start of the game, and they really punished the Legion, there's the same thing you can do to the Naga Siren. He is going to do a pull. It ends up being Kobold. Let's pretend it's a stronger camp. He's probably denying 2 creeps at most. So the question is, when fighting this Naga 2v1, can we deny at least 2 creeps from her, if not more? And can we do a lot of damage to her health in the meantime while she tries to stick around? And then is that trade-off worth it for Lich when he does this kind of pull? So rather than things go a little bit, right? We don't realize Lich is gone quite yet, but I haven't seen him for a while. And now I'm like, hey, wait a minute. I even have this, right? So now I see Lich and I see the pull happening. And I go, oh, he's not here. It's too late. The pull is happening at this point. So we can't stop the pull. Are we stronger than Lich in a one-on-one? We're Hoodwink, he's Lich. No, we're not stronger than him. So what we should look to do is punish the Naga Siren right now while she is 2v1. And that is something much more doable. And we are right next to the Naga, so there's no time loss in doing this. There is time loss in now having to travel over, and we can't stop it. And some of the camp where the creeps are already dead by the time we get there, and we're not stronger than Lich. This is not going to be as good of an option. If you're a stronger hero, like let's say like Leshrac, maybe. But in this case, we should just immediately hone in on the Naga Siren and beat the shit out of her. Just auto attack. She's 1v2 and you guys are splitting and she's completely fine. I kind of get it because Legion wants the Lotus. But what should really happen is both of you fight the Naga Siren with 6 of your creeps helping you. You beat her up all the way over here, and then you go for the Lotus after. The Lotus doesn't always have to be picked up at 3 minutes. You need to pick it up ASAP to beat the enemy heroes to it. If the enemy heroes are not there, you don't actually have to get it right at 3 minutes. When you can tell Lich is doing a pull, and when you can see Naga is here, there is no possible way they can do the Lotus. That's when you can fight. If Naga is crazy enough to try to go to the Lotus while fighting 2v1, you will kill her at the Lotus. She will retreat, and that means you will get to come here next. It'll be later than 3 minutes, but you will still secure it, and that's the most important thing. So this is a big miss in the punish. Instead, we're getting bullied. We didn't do anything to this pull. Legion did get the Lotus, but Naga still freely farming. What's her last sound, right? Like completely unbothered. So I agree that Legion should have started Q, and this build is really not that great. But also we can see why you did not do that much for the lane up to this point. Now you're starting to play the lane more, so now I'm happier. But you see how the first few minutes really did not capitalize on things we could have done, and it maybe pushed the Legion into this build, feeling like she was taking too much damage on her own while you were not there. So, as part of our chaos mode and speeding around, we are going to keep going. Okay. Race 2. You got to laugh out of me on that one? That first one. Night Stalker 4 Immortal. It blows my mind that Night Stalker is 2 words. Somehow in my head, Night Stalker is only supposed to be 1 word, and I mistype it all the time. I should have been downloading while I type this up. $6K Night Stalker position 4. Okay, I'm relatively new to Night Stalker 4 as well, but I did try it a couple times, so let's see what we can do. You have a Windlace. Who's your laning partner? Dawnbreaker, and we are against maybe Slark +1. Not fully clear. Ogre maybe. I kind of think you can maybe just fight. I think you start Windlace when you're not as strong in the lane and you're going to do more creep dragging. And you can start like a magic stick more, something along that lines, if you can play the lane and fight it out. I see some people try Aura Frost. I don't know if I believe. I guess that's if you can really go aggressive in the lane and you don't need a magic stick. All right, nice. Continuation of last replay. Slark is on his own. They're going to beat the shit out of him as long as possible until whoever the 5 ends up being here. It looks like they're maybe trying to do some tri-lane shit up here. So this is the necessary punish. When 3 heroes commit to getting a kill, they might get it. First blood, dang. But then you look over here and you're like, Slark almost died as well. He can't play the lane. That's at least a trade-off. Maybe it's not like the perfect trade-off depending on the heroes, but it's good. It's punishing them for what they're doing. They're trying to get a tri-lane kill, and we are beating Slark up in the meantime. All right, it ends up actually being a Veno 5. I did not expect that of this possible combinations. I guess I knew it was in the realm of possibilities, but I don't think you have to go try to kill the Slark there, or not kill him, but, you know, harass him. I actually think that was a little risky, but it ended up being okay. I would say just make sure they don't do any form of pull, and then you're good to go. Because look how many creeps Naga, what am I saying? Dawnbreaker has here. Okay, you guys can maybe go for a kill on level 2. with the silence. Go, go, go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wreck this guy. Perfect. Okay, we tango up. You bought more. You're going to do a pull. 2 minutes. Maybe buy clarity as well. Ooh, you A-clicked a creep, didn't you? With that kill gold, you should buy more. I get to say this with the tons of comfort of time to think about it. Even if you want to save for the phase boots, I would say... I guess you have the mangoes. The question is, do you want to eat the mangoes right now? I feel like if this was a magic stick, the decision would be a little easier. You would already have like a mango's worth of stick charges if you had started with a stick instead. But clearly this is working out okay. I would still say either buy a clarity so you don't have to use these mangoes right away because you do have some time. And Night Stalker 4 goes mid quite a lot. It happens in a lot of high-level games because you're so fast. So I feel like that's the perfect time to get clarity value, or for the stick to get value so that you get stick charges when the mid is like responding to you. But if you are saving up for boots, then I guess that's fine. You just accidentally A-clicked a creep there and kind of missed your own pull, which sucks. It happens, but in the future, just try not to do that. I don't know what setting you use on your mouse. Oh, I guess you hit Dawnbreaker, not one of your creeps. I don't know if you were A-clicking around. I don't know why you would be A-clicking around, but I see the like little red click right there, actually. So that's what got this. Otherwise, this would be great. You would do this pull, and then you would just zone them from coming up. And then you could get ready for the 3-minute Lotus. So that's unfortunate. Just like click over here and then stop. This is where Dota players click too much, right? You're like, I gotta move, click, 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 click. That's what opens up the misclicks. Just like click here once, hands off the keyboard. The pull is gonna happen. What does he have? Leeching Leash? Okay. I was gonna say, I feel like he's gonna see this, but... Okay, we didn't end up getting the Lotus. You fell back there a little bit, but I don't think you need to. I think this is one of the strengths of Night Stalker support. Right here, instead of backing up, you have the full night vision, and you have an observer. Slark also has night vision, so it's a little bit balanced, but Venomancer does not in this lane. So you can now position yourself like over here, which is pretty safe, and you can see everything going on. Like if we switch to the free cam, if you stand here, it's like, okay, I see Venomancer, he can't see me. If he tries to do a pull, I'm in position to stop it. If Slark comes over to be aggressive, I'm going to see him at 1800 distance, so I'm just going to back off. I just have to be careful about like where I go around trees and suddenly like they're right on top of me. But that's why with the pathing, like the open areas here, you like hug the far edges so that you can still see what's going on and you're in position to stop it. We don't need to do anything here. Dawnbreaker is 100% self-sufficient here. She'll do whatever she needs to. We need to make sure a pull does not happen. They're not like wrapping around onto Dawnbreaker. So we need to see what they're up to and be in position to potentially stop it. So when you kind of fall back this way, it's like this, we're not going to do anything over here. There's no reason for this. And in fact, he is coming for a pull, and I feel like you even saw him. So if instead of falling back, you now like stand over here, you see like what he's going to do, and you can run in to mess with him. And based on your observer, based on your night vision, you can even see maybe where the carry is and know if like, okay, this is too dangerous for me to do on my own. Like they brought 2 heroes to stop me. That's fine. I'm going to back off. But if I do know it's just the position 5, the thing about Night Stalker is that you are stronger than most position 5, so you can fight them. Maybe you're really close to level 3, so that's why you want to like sit around to get XP. I guess I'm open to that. I also think you'll be okay at level 2 and preventing a pull. Because like you want level 3 because it'll make you stronger, but if the equilibrium is just staying here, do I really need to be stronger? No, we're already in a great spot. Stop the pull, then come over and get level 3, and I feel like that'll be fine. Okay, so you guys see Ogre killed your Observer. Still choose to play aggressive though, which I think is a little risky, and looks like it will get you for it. I'm pretty sure once you guys see Ogre here, you just don't do anything. In fact, I think you leave. Oh, he killed... Sorry, I thought Ogre got this. So you guys didn't know Ogre was here. Okay, in that case, it's fine. You guys thought Venomancer was on his own. However, I will say, I think this is the time to go mid. Because it's like 340, and this is a huge wave. Yes, you guys like maybe could have gone aggressive there. Like if we think Ogre's not here, so we go aggressive. Yeah, but there's so many creeps here. So I really think this is actually the time for you to just come mid and do a stack along the way if you can. Get the rune, and maybe you like... Dragon Knight's not the most bullyable hero, but I think you can usually mess with a lot of mids. This one will give credit to Ogre for good positioning. Could have maybe done that. I think if you pop silence and go, I think you can get that Slark. You might as well because it's almost daytime. I think at when you were right by the tower, it was like 5:10-ish. You might as well commit as hard as you can right then, and then Slark is low as it comes to day, so it's not as tough on you. Maybe you're also low, but like you don't do anything in the day anyway, so you could actually just walk home and it would be kind of fine. All right, Ogre loves it down here. Hopefully top's going well. Okay, top's going well. We got that going. Yeah, what to do verse 3. This is awkward, especially as a Night Stalker. You're not even that strong in the daytime. You guys are still taking this fight. You got to kill first, but... Oh, okay, we hit level 5 because of that. It does more damage than Slark's expecting. Okay, this is all fine. Fall back to get the shrine. You're actually going to hit a really early level 6. Oh, never mind. Dawnbreaker's going to hit a really... I guess. Okay, gonna get our phase boots, and we have our level 6. Yeah, kill this guy. Great. TP home. Let's look back at this. When Dawnbreaker just came in, I guess Ogre's kind of tanky. It just feels weird to use the ult and then immediately go home and not try to capitalize more on this ultimate. Either on this Ogre or maybe even as you run, like you run home and you farm a camp with the bonus. Like this way, we're going to rush out of the lane faster with the nighttime bonus. And then it's like, oh, it's going to be daytime and I'm not going to want to do anything. You're having a really good game, so you can do stuff, even though it's daytime. Other times, you won't be this much ahead of your opponents, and I think you're gonna have to play it safer. There's a lot of people here. You guys aren't gonna have a great time pushing into a Venomancer. I think you actually want to make plays elsewhere. Let Dawnbreaker ult in. Like, start playing with the Storm a bit. What's his item build? He's working on an Orchid. I think as long as he has mana, you can still play together. Like, we're trying down here, and yeah, we killed the Slark, but we kind of see the issue with forcing a fight into a Venomancer when we don't have quick initiation, which would have to be the Storm. So he came in, you know, the Venoalt comes out, Shaman dies, there's Plague Wards around. It's really hard to push into a Venomancer if you can't quickly kill the Venomancer. Like, jump him and kill him in one go. Sounds messed up. I think it's a little bit beyond me. I think Twitch just sometimes messes up the sound, or YouTube. I don't know, some process in between. I've tried the tools that I have, and I really can't figure it out. I'm sorry, guys. I think it'll just have to happen sporadically. Okay. Because Anti-Mage was willing to TP in, this is maybe okay. I take it all back. That was very foolish. Extremely foolish. The D-Ward's fine. This is an offlane Venge. Maybe you guys forgot in the heat of the moment, but I do think trying to turn around to take the 2v3 with the help of the tower is maybe a little bit hopeful. Maybe with some faster TPs, it was doable. Maybe with the Dawnbreaker ult available, it was doable. I suppose it literally did work if you guys just backed off here. You guys got too into it, kept going. Okay, guys, start posting again. Chaos mode, get in there. We'll find like one more thing from this game, or maybe we won't. Maybe I'll just be reading comments and picking the next replay. What items do Night Stalker position 4 usually get? It's a little open. Phase boots and drums are a really good default into blink. I think blink first, like phase boots blink, also acceptable if you need to find a certain hero and jump them. I think that's fine. I'm open to it this game if you want to be the one who is like blink silence onto Slark to get him killed. I actually think that's pretty strong. The downside is the Venge could be the swap. So blink silence onto Venge might be another option. I'd like to point out though, like how much we keep trying to fight down here, and it's so hard so long as Venomancer keeps coming here. So it's kind of a losing battle for you guys, and I think it's a lot better if you just connect with Storm somewhere else on the map. Like, let them take your bottom tower, and you go take... You guys already took the top tier 1s, but, like, go take these tier 2s. Go take chunks of the map. And then when they get to the tower, you can maybe fight around this. But you guys keep trying to fight in this area, and it's really tough. You guys are losing... I wasn't keeping track of the numbers. I don't know if you're losing more than you're winning, but if nothing else, for the start we had, the fact that it's going roughly even is not ideal. We should be looking to capitalize some of the early strength we had off of our good lane. But bashing our heads against a Venomancer with Plague Wards under tower was not the play. So look elsewhere on the map. Find those kills with the Storm, with the Dawnbreaker. Should we repost? Feel free. Wow, we got some high MMR players here today, actually. Look at you guys. I feel stuck. Was this game winnable? Ooh, those are tempting. Those are tempting. I will name my second child after you if you see this. You guys are too funny. All right, let's see. I'm gonna start with this. Not because I want a child named after me, but because I like Bounty Hunter a lot, and I have a clear idea of what we need to look for to your question of, was this game winnable? So we can go and do that real quick. Can we watch White Tiny Fins replay? H-backer. Yeah, we can do that. I just picked this one, so let's at least do this one, but we can move around. Others doing Bounty Hunter, right. Bounty Hunter for Archon. Close the chaos replays for a moment. This is Archon. Go. I'm gonna transition to sitting mode here. Close up on Night Stalker thoughts. You don't really need the agonyms on Night Stalker. Usually the build I see is something like the phase, drums, blink in whatever order makes sense. The shard against certain like natures, it's pretty good. And then from there, you can kind of decide. You can either just keep going utility stuff like a Lotus. If you're having a really good game, you can go for scaling. Something like BKB Nullifier, just like classic offlane Night Stalker at that point, is pretty good. Other times, stuff like the Force Staffs. I do see some glimmers, not that many. I'd say your default is the more aggressive Night Stalker. You want to take out a support, most likely. I mean, if you're having a strong game, take out a core, by all means. But most of the time, like, you versus a critical support, an Oracle, a Dazzle. Who's winning that fight? The Night Stalker or the Dazzle, right? It's you, and you're going to prevent the saves, and you're going to force the enemy to either help the Dazzle or just give up on him. Okay. Dang, I should have been downloading. I wasn't even paying attention. All right, timestamp, sent, Bounty Hunter 4. You were saying, is this game winnable? Lane went pretty okay, but was unsure how my map movement was. So that's the key piece. Bounty Hunter really wants to be looking for early game fights. Ideally, you win your lane. We're going to skip the lane, so I don't know what's going to happen there. But whether you win or you lose, you really want to find track kills. And it doesn't strictly matter where on the map you find them in a pub game. Just go wherever. Let's see while this is downloading. All right, our whole team is struggling, but the tiny combo is always some potential, a potential kill. And especially looking at these heroes, a lot of them are on the squishier side. So as long as Tiny has levels, you guys can maybe get kills, and then like Puck with Coil. And then otherwise, we're going to dodge the enemy, and we're going to use our invis to see what they're up to if they're trying to play aggressive. If they're just AFK farming, then that's kind of fine. Okay, so let's find you. Let's jump ahead to 7 minutes. See a little further. Let's go from here. We're not quite 6 yet, but this is where we want to start thinking about, can we find kills? Yeah, maybe we could have blood grenaded her while she was under the tower. All right, Dream Coil used. And drop the blood grenade. All right, that's actually a really good sequence of events. Oh, he's taking the other one. Is that more common now? Are Monkey Kings doing that? I thought you still take the other. Oh, okay. More people are doing Wukong's Faithful. Nice. What was the change to it? It got something, didn't it? Oh, that's a nerf. No longer received. Wasn't there another buff? Oh, it's just a nerf to this. I guess this one got buffed. You have to max tree jump to get the old ability. I see. So it's just like not good enough to have to do. Okay, wait. So we are level 6 off that last fight with the Monkey King, right? And then absorbing mid XP. Oh, just level 6 off that Monkey King. Okay, nice. So we're gonna heal up with the Tranquil soon. We're just like absorbing XP in the mid lane. Sure. Mind your business, Wind Ranger. I'm trying to clarity up over here. All right. I want to give you guys a heads up. On Bounty Hunter, typically forcing a mid fight will not go your way unless your team is already winning. It might still be okay to engage in a pub game because of the chaos that happens and you end up getting killed and it ends up being worth it for you. So I'm not completely writing it off. But I just want you guys to think about how often observers and sentries are in the mid lane, and so how difficult it will be for you as a bounty hunter to be sneaky in that area and like walk up to the target. Where like here on your team, we have a sentry and an observer. Replay bug, so we can see they have an observer here. They actually don't have other stuff, but it wouldn't be that weird, you know, to put like a sentry right in the middle, to put a sentry on the side, and suddenly like how are you sneaking up on them? It's actually very difficult. So actually as invis heroes, you don't want to spend too much time in the mid lane as a general rule. You want to go enough to put the fear in them to make them have to spend sentries there, and then you want to go somewhere else, somewhere where it's really difficult to cover this whole area with sentries when you could wrap in from the side, wrap in from this way, come in from the back. Well, they could put a sentry right here, sure, but then like as PA wants to come to these camps or like back here, I guess you don't come back here as much anymore. But you get the idea. Like it's harder to cover all of this. The mid, if you put a sentry here, that is like 80% of the active area of the mid lane, and you no longer have to worry about the bounty. And that is really strong for one sentry. So typically, if you're looking for fights with these invis heroes in the early game, forcing movement around is better because invis heroes don't usually excel in 5-on-5s. Their strength is the pickoffs. So when you all go mid, that's the 5-on-5s. There's no sneaking around. That's the whole point of invis. You actually want to make everyone play the map. You want to be like, yeah, let's push this in and then leave. Let's ward like deep to see the rotations. Let's push this in and leave. Push mid, leave. And that forces the enemies to move around, and like instead of like perfectly being a 5-on-5, it eventually scatters a little bit because the PA is like, well, actually, I want to farm over here. And on the way this way, Monkey is like, oh, look, a stack here. And he gets distracted, you know? And this is where being an invis hero starts to find more strength, because as they're moving lines, like, okay, I need sentries here and here. And they're like, oh, we're back mid. Oh, sentries here. Oh, we're down here. Sentries here. And then you go back top and you already killed his 2 sentries. And so he goes, oh, I need another sentry here. And it's just a lot on the enemy supports. But when it keeps going mid, he just goes 1 sentry, easy, protect it. Oh, it died, 1 sentry, easy. And he just repeats. But many people overcommit like this, so that's why still going mid can be fine. You just gotta feel it out for how it's going for your team. Oh, why are we on you? Come over here. And then once you get caught by dust like this, right? Like, let's see how many times this happens. As opposed to, what are our other options, Zach? Well, why don't we push bottom? Why don't we push top? I don't know if that was intentional, but that was a very nice fortify versus the boundless strike from someone. Instead of engaging on this, right, so let's do this, blah, 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 great. So one person's got to hold mid. It's not usually a bounty hunter. Bounty hunter wants to be the one not on the map. For now, you can do it because everyone's dead. But eventually, someone else would come here, and we would move around. So for example, how's top looking? Juggernaut level 6 versus Mars level 8. Okay, that's not going to be great. If we bring a lot of heroes, we could do it. It would be very impactful, but it's pretty tough. Let's look at PA. PA is also doing well, but look at PA. 846 total health. And with any amount of damage from creeps and farming, she's actually at 668. So let's compare our odds of success versus bulky-ass Mars, 1700 max HP, currently sitting at 1300, or PA, 700 health. Let's be generous. I actually recommend 1 point in Janata. I would max Shuriken Toss first. So you have level 3 in Shuriken Toss. The reason being is right here. PA. Even as we are behind, this is 240 magic damage. You have through and through, which means there are random... It's random because it's very difficult to orchestrate. But occasionally, you can get multiple instances of Shuriken Toss. For example, if she's in the lane right here and she is tracked, and you're standing here and you Shuriken Toss the creep, it goes through her and then back. So it's not just 240 damage, it's 480 damage. 480 magic damage happens to be over half her current health. So you alone are doing a huge amount of damage to her, and then all you need is like Ice Shackled and Ether Shocked. 2 supports could kill PA. 1 avalanche toss combo plus a shuriken, a single shuriken directly onto her. She's dead. Way easier than this Mars. You're going to start drawing attention over here, and you're going to slow down their carry. When you fall behind, you want to identify the easy to kill targets, and many carries are like this. Their farming items don't have stats to them. Things like Mjolnir, Radiance, Battle Fury. They're all damage related, which means they're just as easy to kill when they're having a shit game as when they're having an excellent game. The items they build are just straight damage typically. So look to the carry when you're not sure on a target. It's usually pretty reliable if you go early enough. Once they finish the farming item and they start working on the other stuff, the window really starts to close. So look at where PA is. She was currently diving a tiny under your tier 2, and she could have been punished for that. One of the supports. So like Shadow Shaman TP'd here because you were in a bit of trouble, I think. Oh, actually, nothing was happening and he TP'd here. If he walked here, though, so like he's TPing because you're like, maybe you guys are like, oh, I want to fight mid. Doesn't, walks, sees this happen, TPs into this tree line right now. Avalanche, toss, back to the Shadow Shaman. Maybe she gets shackled on the tower. Kill on her. You could come over here as well. You get a smoke for your team as Puck is respawning. Let's go for PA. Let's look at Puck spells. With Coil, 175. If it breaks, 200. 375 damage. Add another 300 damage. So we're at 675. This is level 1, so it's not that great. He does 675 magic damage. Let's say 700 magic damage. Reduced down a little bit because of resistances. 500 magic damage going through to the PA. So you just need a little bit more. That's auto attacks. That's your spell. That's Shadow Shaman spell. So she's the easy kill. She's pushed up far. We got to stop banging our head on this mid tower. Give up the mid tower. Go get this PA. Kill her. Push down here. They're all going to come this way. You're not going to engage with them because we're losing. You're going to come back mid. No one's going to be here. You're going to put your sentry, de-ward this area now. Now they don't know where you are, if you're in the mid or not, until a support comes back and places another sentry here, which means there's a window where the supports are down here, the mid pushes up, and maybe now you can walk in and surprise him, and he's low health, so you stun him, and then the silence and the burst from the Puck and all that stuff finishes the monkey kill. But when everyone's here and they have sentries down, like, this is not going to work. The mid tower is very important, but we just need to know when it's doable. Either taking this or defending this. And some of that is just a matter of experience, so I feel you, right? Certainly err on the side of putting importance on towers than not, but when you go through games like this, kind of reevaluate, I challenge you, look back at the game, go to the free cam, look at the map, and for the entire time you sat mid trying to protect it, like say you did it from 7 to 13 minutes, just look at what else was happening on the map and ask yourself, like, at any moment, could I have gone to go do that instead? Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's not. There are times you should do this. Like, if you were a Venomancer, absolutely your job is to hold this as long as possible. But someone like Bounty Hunter is really garbage at doing that. Coddle, good at it. AoE wave clear from range, very good at it. Someone like Bounty Hunter, Invis, Track, sure can toss it through and through. It's kind of AoE, but not really the safe kind of AoE to defend a tower. So depending who you play, this is more defendable or not. So keep in mind like your other options. You're walking potentially straight mid, but for example, come down here, smoke with the tiny, you go forward invis. They actually happen to have several sentries down. Is this PA planting them? The Lion did it earlier. So good on the Lion. I missed exactly what happened. Maybe this is from like during the laning stage. So they might see you coming in. This is why we're combining, when we're behind this far, we're combining a smoke and invis to give ourselves the best odds. If it doesn't work, at least you know, okay, there's a sentry, remove the sentry, maybe the next one will work. But the two of you, Bouncy Tiny, could potentially kill this PA with this combo between the two of you. It would at least, even if you don't kill her and she manages to get away, she would get very, very low. And she would probably be crying and be like, please help me. Oh, God, help me. And her team will TP down here. And then you guys back off. And now mid is freed. Maybe Puck can push it in. You've made space for your team. Tiny should go for a blink in this case. Can't control that. Now we run away, made him waste dust. So we know Mars and Monkey are top, so let's go look bottom. We want to go find bottom. We want to avoid these two really strong heroes. So you're pushing mid. It's not too bad, but anytime you show, other people feel safe. So like PA probably felt pretty safe when she saw you show up in the mid lane. It's close, right? Almost finished. Didn't quite happen, but that kind of... It's an example of what I was talking about, right? Like, she is very killable, and she had to spend most of that time just running away. She can't actually fight you guys like these guys can. Now, once they're here, we leave. Now, look who's got space. Now, Juggernaut's got space. You guys avoid this. This is where we use Invis, not to set up kills, but to see where they are going so we can avoid. So you tell your team, like, let's just avoid Monkey King and Mars and try to get, like, pickoffs. So when you see this, you tell your team, like, okay, get out of this area and go mid. So 4 of them are maybe going to push your tier 2, but you're going to have some heroes pushing tier 1, some heroes pushing tier 1, getting a full lane of farm each, some heroes maybe jungling, and so economically, you guys are going to pull ahead even as you eventually lose a tier 2. Sad, but necessary when we are 7k behind at 15 minutes. Overcommits, though. It's pretty good. Even if you both die, I think that's probably worth it. If people had come in a little sooner, probably would have been better. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, the Monkey King kill is like 800. You two were less than that, and then you guys got picked up a Lion kill as well, so that's pretty worth it. Avelto, you're planning on starting playing off lane after usually playing as a support, pretty low ranks. Could give me some tips on how to get started. Pick your favorite offlaner that you're interested in playing. If you're not sure, give it a whirl. Try a couple different ones. That's fine. Once you settle on a couple, practice the last hits in a lobby. learn the builds, like do a little research, see what their builds are, and then just play those heroes. Don't try to have a huge hero pool. Do it if you need to pick the couple you like, but once you know, like, I love Night Stalker. This is the coolest offlaner ever, right? Every game, just go Night Stalker. Make it very easy for yourself. Your first order of, what am I saying? The first priority, have a good lane. So really work on the last hitting, work on harassing, understand what your hero wants to do. This might take some time, but like Night Stalker, very strong in the first few minutes. You want to have a very powerful performance. Necrophos, much weaker offlaner to start. So your mindset instead is like, I just need to survive the first couple minutes and then I get strong, right? So figure out what that game plan is and really work on doing it at the start. Once the laning stage is over, it becomes easier to transition at that point. Like, that's the weirdest part. The difference between supporting and offlaning or any core role is the lane. After that, it becomes more of like, how do we play the map? How do we do things together? And that is easier. There is, of course, still differences from being an offlaner to a support, but that's where I would start, is the lane. That's where it's the most difference. Okay. Let's see. H-Backer donated a ton of subs the other day and wanted to see which replay. This position 4 ET replay. I actually don't play much position 4 ET. So we'll see how much advice I can give, especially because White Tiny Fins is actually higher MMR than I am. But let's take a look. Last thing for Bounty Hunter, by the way, Lotus. This is unrelated to Bounty, actually, first. Lotus Orb, first item, I really struggle with. I have tried it several times in my life, more than several times. I almost always find that Lotus Orb first just feels bad because the buildup is so weird. Like, sure, I get some health and mana. It's like, oh, I get some armor, I get some energy booster, whatever stuff. But like, there's no combined effect until the very end. And for it to be your very first item, often ends up feeling very awkward. I really recommend at least one smaller item first on any hero before going Lotus Orb. There's gonna be games where it's like, this is the Lotus Orb game. It's all I need. That's fine. But I think it's rarer than you would typically expect. So like, it's very good versus Line. It's very good versus this like Wind Ranger. You can like reflect some of this stuff, right? Like Monkey King, spell the diffusal, reflect daggers, remove the slows. Like, it's good. But Force Staff would do something very similar in terms of saves versus Mayhem. The Glimmer Cape would be really good. If you're having a better game, the drums could be aggressive, but also run away with the defensive, right? There's a lot of smaller items that will give you useful elements. And then tying it back to Bounty Hunter really wants a strong start. So you don't want to have to be waiting for 4,000 gold before you get a stronger effect of the Lotus Orb. You want to be putting the track gold and the stolen gold from Janata, which is not as important, but it does add some, right? You want to speed up your drum timing by 1 minute. And then the next follow-up item, Force Staff, by 2 minutes, by whatever, right? You want that smooth transition of power with the tracks to keep getting track kills, to keep playing as a team and keep going. And if you get track and then you're like, 4,000 gold from now, I'm going to have a Lotus Orb. It's not really there. You have to be able to completely get kills without needing anything, at which point you were probably going to win no matter what item you built. So that's the part on Bounty specifically that I really think a smaller item first is better. But I admit there's probably some games where Lotus Orb first is going to be fine. Okay, let's look at this ET game. All right. So also, sorry if I'm not like seeing as many questions in chat We're trying to stay focused, trying to go fast because we started a little late and I'm going to end a little early because I gotta prep for the casting we're doing. I gotta go find like outfits and everything. I gotta go out shopping and everything. Gotta have time to like tailor things if needed. So I'm trying to like go faster. Should I have done it sooner? Maybe, but here we are. I'm a piece of shit. You know, it is what it is. Okay, Elder Titan 4, Immortal. So far, on point with timestamps. Should I do it? As a general rule, we weren't doing the redeemed replays because YouTube can't have something equivalent, so I had it on hold. But today is Chaos Replay, so maybe we will do it today. Maybe I'll allow a couple. Okay. Elder Titan. Like I said, not the greatest Elder Titan player. You got what? Deconstruction. And we're playing versus PA Tinker or Marana. And we're with the Tide. All right, so some negative armor synergy potentially. Commit hard on certain trades. Wait, what was even your question on here? I forgot. Mid is Alchemist. Opponent has a Tinker, support, Smurf. Is there anything I could do? Okay. Depends on the level of Smurf. Is it a mid Tinker Smurf? You guys started with the first blood. That's good. Looks like a Tinker 5. I mean, at least being a support Smurf is a little less painful. I want to say fighting into the machines is probably not the time to do it, but I'm also not the ET player, so I'm kind of keeping my eyes open to see it. ET as Alch mid as a pick right now, I don't love, and it matters more in Immortal. But, I mean, even in our games, I would say there's still room for it. So all we can really do is try to stack for the Alchemist. Because, like, as long as there's an Alchemist core in the game, it's an Alchemist game, you know? Like, whether we like it or not, that is what it is. And as long as he has a really good game and a good start, you will still do the same stuff. I think that's a little dangerous to go aggressive right there. You guys have so many creeps here. Like, this many creeps. As he's using this March of the Machines, I think it's... Like, we can't push. It's killing everything. This is kind of scary. I actually think PA shouldn't have even ran from you. She should have just fought. I think you would lose a lot of health. Blind plus all the creeps. I think we got out light there. Like, Tidehunter's pretty sturdy. So, as we get equilibrium, I think we just look for stacks in the triangle. Oh, dang. Come on, Spirit. Put a little more effort in there. All right. Watch that camp. Go get the Lotus. I was debating if we could stack at 3 minutes, but it is slightly early, and I think what you did was fine. Equilibrium still in a good spot. Yeah, we just gotta make sure these creeps don't go through. So 4 minutes, I think okay, especially with this machine march going in, I think we have the space to go do a stack at 4 minutes.
Let's go.
Let's go. Eucalyptus Enjoyer, thank you so much. All right, came and messed with this. But if we think about the relative value, even though you like split some XP, maybe even managed to steal some, it's like, whatever. If you did the double stack here, it's already like 200 gold usually, and then for an alchemist in particular, it would be even more value. I don't think this Smurf is very good in the lane. Like, I know you called him a Smurf. I don't know, like, his games are really low or whatever. I'm not that impressed with it. He just keeps shoving in the lane and screwing PA. Oh, we lost some creeps back here. He might pick it up later on. I fully believe that option, but his laning is not very helpful to his team. He should just be using the blind, like, whenever you go in with the spirit. And then he should have cared more about pulls so that PA could just be here. PA's, like, down in the dumps a little bit. Okay, our timing is the Radiance plus Blink on the Alchemist. And then we have to do a lot around that. You guys don't really have a playmaker outside of that. Like Tidehunter a little bit, but... it's kind of Ravage for a while, and that's not very long cooldown. Or very low cooldown. Mind your business, queen. What's your problem? I don't actually think you guys have to go that hard, though. I'm fully on the plan of just, like, maintain until Alk has Radiance and Blink. If we can take this, great, but it's a Tinker. So that instead of trying to take this easily, it forced you guys to, like, play really aggressive on the Tinker, which eventually led to the co-op rotation. But I feel like if you just push this up and then you're like, I'm stacking, right? Like, once Alk can Blink onto the target, you'll take, like, all the towers really quickly. No, the Kobold! Alright, you had the right idea, though. This game, probably a Solar Crest or Glimmer is fine. Oh, look at that. Oh, so close. Ah, even closer. Trying to make space for the Alk. Where is he at? He's not getting a Blink. It's over. It's over. I am willing to accept Alks in mid compared to the past where Alk was super greedy. I do think there's a more aggressive Alk build now because he got the thing, Grievel's Greed as a passive. But you have to get the Blink, second item. So that's a mega grief. Change your mind. Orchid's much better than... Oh, yes! Orchid's much better than SNY, at least. But I think Blink into Orchid would be great. Or at least the Blink into other stuff is fine. Alright, so we're back to you getting the... maybe the Blade Mail. Talk me through this, because I don't play ET. What's your idea behind this Blade Mail? Because to me, I feel like you should just play for the Alchemist. So I don't think I believe in this Blade Mail, but I don't play ET, so I'm not sure if there's something I'm not thinking about. Tinker's items at this point, going straight Ags, lol. I mean, this is a super greedy, super greedy play. Funny enough, if he had just committed the first time, it would have worked. What led exactly to this? Let me go back. Yo, heads up sentry by the Marana, I gotta say. So you guys are coming to fight, but whether it's the Blink or the Orchid, you really need this item on the Alchemist, I feel. I refuse to cast spells on other supports unless I'm getting paid for it. Jimmy, the cut purse facet on bounty is an interesting idea. I would have to revisit the math on it. I think through and through is better because it gives you a way to push lanes where you could never do that before on bounty. It also gives you AoE in team fights to some degree when the shuriken bounced around, and that can be pretty clutch sometimes. And with that amount of money from winning tracks, I think that's more than enough. The main value is if you could steal enough money from someone in the laning stage to make them, like, unable to play. That's where I could see the cut purse potentially doing something. But I don't think you need, like, an extra 200, 300, 400, 500, whatever gold in the early to mid game. Like, track is already, a successful track game is already enough in that regard to me. What's our Alchemist at? So he has the Orchid now. Okay, Blink next, right? I'm not the core player, but really feel your team needed the Blink first and then the Orchid. Kind of experimenting with the blade mail. I feel like if you got 3 heroes plus blade mail, you do a lot of stuff. As in, like, 3 with the spirit and then the blade mail. I mean, I do kind of get the logic. And I think in certain games, I would certainly be up for it. I just feel like, for the same reason I really need this guy to be getting a Blink, is why I think you guys should be getting, like, Solar Crest and stuff like that. Because I think Alchemist... I feel like the ideal Alchemist timing is all in on the Alchemist timing. And so when he has the Blink and he jumps on the Queen of Pain, he should also have, like, a Pavis or Solar Crest or Drums or something on him. Because the idea is, like, we're winning at, like, 25 minutes or something. And that they can't focus us because we're only going in with the Alch and then, like, ravaging as necessary. And that's why, like, if they end up focusing you at all, I think it's already a mistake. And then Alchemist will have free reign. That's kind of why I think... That's my logic. Also willing to be wrong, so feel free to take it or leave it as you so choose. The other thing we gotta start looking for is, like, the Doom. How do we keep Doom off of Alchemist? Tinker just continues to farm. 5 and 5. I just think Tinker got a few extra minutes of space than he's supposed to. Let me look at this item timing. So Alk ended up getting Orchid into Blink. So the Blink's at 19.5 is when we started to do things like that fight we just saw. But Blink is like half the Orchid cost, which means the Blink finishes here, which means you can actually start making plays right then off of Vlad's Mage Slayer. There's even Shadowblade Dragonlance. Like, this timing is much stronger. And then you guys start looking, like, Shard came shortly after as well. And then you guys start looking to do things. And if we look at the enemies, like, Battle Fury was just done at that time. The Blink would finish before the Aghanims as well, which means you could maybe kill him a couple times and push it off to, like, another 2 minutes. I guess Queen of Pain and Marana happen to finish items right there as well. But then by the time, like, Alk has this item, like, if I look at their stuff, BKB is done shortly after, Solar Crest, BKB, Aether Lens, like, further down the lines, Ag, sure, but, like, there would have been a much bigger window if he had gotten the Blink first to do things and set you guys up. Some of this is to say, like, I'm still not fully believing this. Like Tinker's going to be annoying with this, but I think he's doing it because this guy has the wrong item order. Should I sentry their camps? With what's happening, maybe. But I think it's a little tough because you also need it to play wherever you want to play because of the Marana ult. I think if you can happen to block camps, like let's say you're checking this cliff and you happen to block Ancients, I think that'd be fine. Or like you want to check this cliff, so you like put the sentry in the camp. I'm open to that. Should've just gone. You could have Blink Bloodthorned. A little overcommitment on the Ravage there. Why is he putting the BKB so late? I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm just a hater now, guys. Really? Look, we're missing the window. Window is closing. This is a huge steal from them, getting this before you guys. But it's also at 25 minutes, and I think you guys could have gotten it sooner. I guess my end conclusion, however this game ends up, is that, like, I think there should have been more emphasis on the Alchemist timing. I think that's what you could do to help, is, like, earlier stacks and buy the early items to go with it. And I really think your team should be going off of that. The longer it goes, like, PA will have the physical damage versus him. You've got the Doom counter. Tinker support's going to outscale you guys. This is not a game that I think looks good the longer it goes. So that's why I think all in has to go on ending the game at like 25, 30 minutes. All right, guys. Wait, no, I take that back. Maybe revealing it is chaos mode. Camabis was you, right? Camabis redeemed a replay. Let's do that. Though objectively wrong. I respect it, Jimmy. Prove me wrong. That's the fun thing about Dota. Something I love about Dota and these kind of games. And I know it's a little bit of a struggle because it's a team game, but I truly love that we can have different ideas and push the creativity. Whoa. Jimmy, thank you for gifting those.
Tier 1 sub to brother_GR1.
Thank you so much. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Jimmy Frashant gifted a tier 1
yeah,
sub
while we let
to
this going,
Malcontender.
while we let this go, let me find the...
Thank you. What?
Jimmy Frashant gifted a tier 1 sub to Homero 1899.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Jimmy Frashant gifted a tier 1 sub to Gorm _______.
Who's that? Thank you.
Underscore.
Jimmy Frashant gifted a tier 1 sub to Const _Panoff.
Camabis, why don't we do another... We did a replay for a PA earlier. Why don't we look at your replay for PA as well? I feel like sometimes comboing these kind of things is really good in terms of learning. I'm doing the redeemed replay, chaos mode. I can skip it, Jimmy, but when it's low enough, I think it's funny. I'm willing to allow it. Unless something like crucial's happening, I'll skip it or something, but I think it's kind of funny. Okay, let's write this one. So you're playing another Phantom Assassin 1. This is an unranked game. Then I gotta put that in here as well. Okay, save timestamp, open it up, let's go. Unranked, but probably around Crusader level, queued with an Archon. Okay, thank you. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, no. What I love about Dota is that you do have the room to decide like, hey, I want to try this out and I want to be creative and give it a go. Even if other people don't believe in it, right? I think that's the fun part about games with depth. If it's not very deep, you don't get to do that stuff. But, you know, it's like, I believe in this facet and this build and I want to try it. Maybe it won't work at every rank, but I can make it work. Like, I think that's cool. It does suck. Like, the cool thing about a game like StarCraft, where it's one-on-one, you can do like whatever goofy-ass build because you're only griefing yourself if it ends up being bad. And you can explore as much creativity and tank your own games as much as possible. Dota or any team game, I get it that there's a little bit more responsibility to like, I want to be creative, but I get that I'm affecting other people. But I still think there's room for creativity, especially in unranked games. But even in ranked, I think it's fine. That's why I never report anyone as long as they're playing to win. Even if I don't like their build, it's like maybe they're exploring. I get it. I've done something similar. I'm not gonna fault someone for that. I actually like that levels of creativity. Okay, same thing as last game. Notice the risks we're taking here. We have 4 teammates up here. They should probably go for this one and this one if you guys are going to bring 4 heroes there. And we should either join that or just not be a burden ourselves. So we're currently sitting on the low ground of an enemy team that might come to try to get us. Just wandering around here on our own. Pretty scary. I would at least like stand further away out of night vision that they couldn't see you from the high ground to low ground. Don't get punished for it. I bet you do some games. And then you just start off with a on the back foot. This game, we have a Disruptor. Is he the one in your party? Yes, okay. Disruptor, but it's probably a Legion offlane and an Abaddon. Okay, so Disruptor is going to be useless here. There's no flame to Disruptor, but it's just the nature of the hero where your one spell that harasses in the lane that's not even very strong is into 2 dispels. So he really isn't going to do much other than constantly right-click. Disruptor players, if you're in this situation, you should actually just build... You have 2 things you can do in this lane. Pulls and stopping pulls. So you can buy like the necessary sentries for that. And then you can right-click. That's it, period. There's nothing else. There's no level of thunder striking in this lane. You might even skip it and just go like WEW. But if one point in Thunderstrike to force out spells, I'm open to that. But it's not going to do a lot. They're always going to be dispelled. They should be. So you just need to right-click a lot. So a couple Iron Branches will go a long way versus 2 melee heroes, and Disruptor should just focus on poking. For PA, the mindset you have to have is that this lane's going to be rough. Like, you're the melee into 2 melees, and then your range support can't even do that much in this matchup. So our mindset should be that this is a losing lane going into it, and we just need to get as much as possible. So again, any little tricks we can do to keep the lane here safe as possible, just like in that first PA game we watched, would be very good. Trying not to take too many risks. It's a pub game, so they might make mistakes, and we can go from there. But realistically and practically, just recognize our limitations here. So we go for a little creep aggro, but it led to a tower shot. Things are getting really weird because Abaddon also aggroed some stuff. I would say your mistake just got saved by their mistake, but you need to be very careful when you go for that type of creep aggro to not bring it under tower. And then prioritize the last hits. You need certain games, maybe there are denies that are more important. In a losing matchup, we must more than ever prioritize last hits because we need to try to keep up with them to survive the lane as long as possible, have as much extra money for regen, for wand, early game items, all that stuff. Anytime you go for a deny over a last hit, it's going to hurt more than usual when you're on the back foot. Oh, he didn't do Mephitic Shroud at least. He did the quickening. That one's less oppressive in the lane. Potentially better later on. Okay, you want to do a pull or just stop the pull, I guess. Limps back. Okay, we're on top, at least for now. So we're holding our own in this rank. In terms of gaining MMR, though, we can definitely see how some of the last hits we've missed could have a serious edge here and help you win matchups you're not supposed to win. So, for example, in this particular matchup, which I've been hyping up as really good for them, but we suddenly have 5 extra last hits. 5 last hits means you have an extra tango to work with, which means you have like 300 extra health to go with. A salve, right? Same idea. Maybe you're finishing an orb of corrosion much faster than you're supposed to. So you have a lot of extra damage, a lot of extra stats in the lane. All these little things add up and are what help you win games just through the laning, and why it's always so important to work on it. Things like that. Like, what time are we at? 250, so 4 creeps per wave. And I think this is the 6th wave entering in, which means up to this point, 20 creeps have been in the lane. So we're at about 50%. Got a kill, though. Nice. With that, they've messed up enough that I'm not so stressed about this lane anymore. Let's just start speeding through it. Don't really know if you need these boots right now. I would do the Orb of Corrosion first. Look at that, another mistake. How much are we really moving with these boots? Like, you're versus 2 melee heroes, which means if you're getting away, it's off of Phantom Strike. So you don't even need to be that fast. But if you are fighting, you want to be as strong as possible. And they're 2 melee heroes, so like, you're gonna be interacting a lot. So I would recommend the other stuff. If you need boots to run away, that's a separate issue. Let's jump ahead. Oh my. A level 10 Spectre. That's not good. This is a mid Spectre, actually. I guess it is. I wasn't paying attention. Get her! It's a little awkward now that Bristle came here. Yeah, Bristle should just leave, and you should just shove that lane in. Right here. So Legion backed off. I missed how much health Abaddon has. Oh, he's full health. But you guys have a lot of heroes here, so they're kind of backing off. So you should just kill this creep wave right away, and then start jungling your way out of here. And then see how the lane develops. You're jungling first, and now we're going to come back to the lane, and then at that point, the heroes might have returned to... Oh, look. The heroes have returned to the lane, and now it's not so free. Otherwise, you could have shoved this out, and then they deal with it, and then you jungle. We don't want to fight too much. Close to the Battle Fury. So we remind ourselves, just like last game, or not this game, not last game, the first Phantom Assassin review we did, but also unrelated to the last game with the Alchemist timings, right? It's like, what is our goal as PA? If we can get kills, great. If you thought you could get kills a lot, should have finished this Orb of Corrosion, which is a really good item anyways. I really recommend it, guys. Even if we're not finishing it, perhaps because we really want this Battle Fury as fast as possible because we want to start scaling up with the Battle Fury, then that's our mindset. Like, I'm really close to the Battle Fury, and with the Battle Fury, I'm going to farm a lot. This is a Legion with Blade Mail. There might be an Abaddon behind her. I don't know where he is. There's a Spectre with the global rotations, right? Like, in the early lane, we didn't have to worry about that as much. There was no Blade Mail. There was no Spectre ult quite yet. So if we want to fight, sure. But now we have to expand the equation, and there's a lot more risk to committing this stuff. The payoff is a kill. Great to get. But we're also really close to a Battle Fury, which is going to help our farm speed immensely. We don't really want to lose gold. We don't want to lose farming time, because it's exponential now. Like, it's not just farming time, it's Battle Fury farming time, which is much faster than regular farming time. So the longer we delay that, the worse it gets. So when we look at this, and she's like half health, I get why you're tempted. But also, if we just look this way to farm, how much is this kill worth? Probably about like 300 gold for you. So this would be 100, this would be 60, and then you could make your way down here. Is this a small camp at this time or a medium camp? I actually don't fully remember right now. It's a camp. The thing is, the farm is consistent here. It's going to very quickly be similar to a kill without risking yourself. And then you'll get your Battle Fury. Instead, you end up dying. Yeah, you're worth like 370. So we've now delayed our Battle Fury and sped up her blink dagger. When she gets Blade Mail blink, it's going to become very annoying for you as a PA. You're going to kill yourself on the Legion a ton. So we really wanted to maximize our Battle Fury timing and then make our way to other items that will help us surpass the threat of this. Remember, whatever game it was, I was saying, like, the first farming item almost never helps with survivability. Battle Fury, Maelstrom, Radiance, those types of items. Once you finish those, though, you start working on the next ones. Those have survivability. So as PA, dealing with this risk, we really want to get to that point. We want to get the Battle Fury, and then we want to get the next item to have more health, to have more resistances, to have more whatever, lifesteal, all that stuff, so we can survive the Blink Blade Mail duel. And we want the Blink Blade Mail duel to be as late as possible. We don't want to be giving her any free kills. So pretty costly mistake to go on that Legion. And it looks like you TP'd right back in here. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to be in this lane much longer. It's getting kind of scary, doesn't it? And now we have nowhere to go. So as things get scary, it's probably where we should just be walking back to lane, and then we have the TP option to get away. Now we can also see from our misses and last hits, and then some of our extra deaths, our net worth for this time is really not that great. So if we go, I kind of skipped a chunk of the lane, but your start was okay, but we can see some last hits being missed, and then looks like we've been getting involved in more fighting than we should be. And we just have to refocus our objective in the early game as a PA. Like, we're kind of strong to start, especially if we hit 6 first. But then the more time that passes, we will typically drop off compared to others until we finish more items. So you really want to meter your aggression, how much you do. Nice Battle Fury kills, though. So shove this in and then go hide. I don't care about the Spectre. I'm very happy with the kills we got. You got 3 kills. Really, really good. We don't want to take too many risks and die for the team, essentially, when you have just finished your farming item. If it's a free kill, sure. But this is a Spectre with shield rune and a good chunk of health. I don't know about this. Very close. All right, worked out this time. What'd you buy? The Ogre Axe. You got 1,800 gold, so it looks like you want to go straight DKB. If you don't finish this early, you really should finish it, guys. And you guys playing PA, you should almost always finish the Orb of Corrosion in the game. It's really good on a lot of heroes. All your little farmings and stuff would be better. All right, you can go push mid for your team and then jungle. Keeping down here. I guess that's fine. You need to be very careful right now, though. You got to watch the mini-map because you can't leave this area. So as soon as they come here, you must have walked away already. If you need to TP out, you can't, and you're dead. So, like, is Legion still here? Yes. I can't really see it on the minimap, so we have to check. All right, the tower's dead. So we have to really, really be watching this because she has the Blink Blade Mail duel. You will die. So, from your perspective, right? This is where we have pushed in the lane. I'm very happy with that. We don't need to hit this tower. If it'll put us at risk, we don't need to hit it. Shouldn't do it. You should have actually already left back here and started farming this and then debate whether you're going to like come through the twin gate, maybe not. So we're going to like go back this way and then like go into the jungle and stuff like that. You can also push this and cycle this way, but this is much more dangerous because it's near the enemy tower. So you got to be watching, like, is she already TPing? Sometimes you can't tell, especially depending on what icons you guys use. The reason I have the arrows on my minimap so that I can see the Legion is facing the tower, and then suddenly she's facing this tower and she's not moving. That's a teleport. If you just use hero icons or hero names, you can't see that kind of information. If you prefer those, that's fine, but you must come here and you must see what Legion is doing. Even with the arrows, I still would say come and look. I am guilty of not doing it because it's also a flaw in my own awareness, but I want you guys to know it's important to do in terms of your own awareness to help you make informed decisions. So now you're thinking about like falling back, but now you actually come forward. Where is the Legion? Where is the Blink Duel? It could have been here. Fortunately, it looks like it's not. Oh, she was on the way. They got the Disruptor instead. So you kind of see why it's risky. If she had teleported, I think she would have gotten you. And now, because of the weird path you took, you're actually still kind of in close proximity. This is getting kind of close, right? Which is why if you leave sooner, there's much less risk of the teleport killing you, even if she makes that play. And you'd have already farmed this way. So as they show up, you know how you were pushing mid and you were like, oh shit, huge creep wave bottom, so you TP'd here? You've been pushing in a big wave, and they're going to do the same thing. They're going to go, oh shit, TP in. And we want to already be away from here because you don't have another teleport. Now you do. At that time, you didn't. And then from here, you can reevaluate. You see like 4 heroes show up here, and you're like, okay, let's go mid. Let's go like top, whatever. We don't want to be running away from them this way, and then, oh shit, Monkey King in the trees gets us. Kind of looks like something is going to happen. Don't farm this camp. It's too dangerous. Good. Shouldn't have gotten caught in that smoke. That's not your fault, but... Okay. So, let's come back to this. Team decision making. So, there's a wave right in front of the tower. If this is not dealt with, why is this not dealt with? They know there's heroes here. So if this isn't being dealt with, it's really suspicious. So you can't smoke quite yet. I think it's your friend. So you can pass this info along if your friend, to help your friend with this. Someone needs to deal with this. And actually, it can't be you because Legion could be standing right here and then kill whoever this is. So this is actually really scary to deal with. Needs to be like the Zeus from back here or the Hoodwink from back here. You guys got to be real careful about approaching here. Second, we're thinking about smoking in. The thing is, though, and you guys even see this with the sentry here, but even if you don't, you should assume if the enemy is bringing this many heroes onto your half of the map, that they probably have vision. Now, you guys do have some vision here, but I don't see them here. So they're out of our vision, which means if you smoke in here, and now a fight breaks out, you're taking a blind fight, but they might have a ward down. They have a ward down, and they'll see your whole team as the smoke breaks, and they're actually going to have the advantage, even though this is on your half of the map. So this is a really risky time for your team to fight because of a combination of this and then, like, this. If we also factor in, like, how strong are we as a team, you actually don't have an initiator. You finished the BKB, so it's not too bad of a time for you to fight. But you don't actually have a way to start fights. They have the Legion and then, like, to an extent, the Monkey King. And their overall team fight with the AA Blast and then Spectre choosing a target and leading it is actually much better than you guys. So the direct 5-on-5 is risky right now. That's kind of why, as this happens, we smoke, come in, smoke, immediately ends, because it's right here. The Disruptor ult catches the Abaddon, just to support Abaddon, though. And then the Legion gets to pick her target. She blink duels the Disruptor, who has already used his spell, so not really the greatest target choice. But this is the issue, right? Like, let's say he hadn't used his ult yet. She gets her pick of who to jump, because you guys should have been fighting a little bit more in their vision. They're actually slipping up, playing a little too aggressive as well here. So it's like something going your way. She could have maybe found you, and that would just be the fight over. You guys now try to focus on Abaddon, who has his ult. So completely wrong target priority. While Legion was focusing your Disruptor, you guys either pop the BKBs and help kill the Legion, or you focus the Monkey King in this kind of situation. You also have to be very careful because they have an AA. I don't see him. The ult is probably on the way, is my guess. And then turns out he was just very patient with it. Here it is. Blammo. You guys should actually still be avoiding them, in my opinion. The fights are very hard for you guys to take with this draft. So they need to be scattered, and then you guys need to, like, bushwhack, delete someone with crits. This is when I get lost. Okay. Off that fight, we should have a rough idea that we're behind. Maybe not massively. 5k at 26, not the end of the world. But Legion is fully online. Spectre mid's online. Their team fight's stronger. So we need to split the map safely because Spectre can punish that kind of stuff. And you either need to bait that. Spectre comes in and you drop a Disruptor ult from out of sight and prevent her from haunting away. Or you need to find another target that even if Spectre were to come in, you don't care. So this is where you guys have to have really good vision and play the map, and then when you see them scatter, you go. You have a Zeus on your team, so you should be able to remove more of their vision than the other way. And then it's up to your friend and the other support to place good wards around the map to see this stuff. That team fight was the epitome of IDK what to do. Gotcha. Okay. All right, that might be a good place to end then. From here, it's going to be a tough game. I would care more about your early game because it'll be easier. Like, let's pretend you take that exact same fight, but you have one more item. You might win that fight in that case, you know? So it's always easiest to start with the farm. Here, for example, I see Legion on the way. She just disappeared on the map, so now I'm really scared. Okay, there she is again. But I see her coming down here. So you actually TP out really early. You could have probably farmed another camp before doing so, but it looks like your team actually wanted to try to take a fight, so actually that's fine. What? How was your smoke just... Oh, they'd just been sitting there smoked for too long, and it all broke. All right. Well, otherwise an okay idea. Okay, guys. We're back to chaos mode. Everyone, post your match IDs. We'll pick randomly again. And while you guys post, I'm going to go get... rest of my coffee, I think. We've been rambling a lot. We gotta... Maybe I should be doing some tea, actually. Tea with some honey. And kind of another case where this is a proper fight and it's very tough. Okay. I'm going to just leave this going. Here, I'll play it at like ×1 speed. You guys can give more feedback to PA if you want. I'll be right back. All right, let's see who's being picked. Robert, thank you so much. That's, I gotta say, I see your name when Ricky and I are casting. You know, sometimes we're on, like, whatever BC stream. I see you always bringing the positivity. Thank you so much. Sometimes those chats get into, those chats can be real downers, but thank you. We're excited to go. We're gonna do our best. We were just messaging, though. What we're both most nervous about is wardrobe. Because usually we just like cast from home, you know, you wear something nice, it's not that big. Now we're like, oh God, I gotta have suits. How do I bring a suit? How do I keep it straight? We have to look good enough. Can't clash. What do we do? Let me see. What have we done before? So today we did PA carry Crusader, Hoodwink for Crusader, Night Stalker for Immortal, Bounty for Archon, Elder Titan for Immortal, and then another PA carry Unranked. So maybe we should try to hit some of the other roles. We have an okay spread of MMRs. Maybe there could be like a ancient legend through divine kind of rank. We're putting logic into the chaos mode when really I should just be picking the very first one I see. No, we'll put a little logic into it. Ooh, I see one that looks interesting. Let's do this one. By DMRJH. Make sure I can download it before we go further. Yeah. Okay, save thing. Okay, so you were saying you were wondering if I should have rotated mid so early, like minute 1, to counter enemy position forward rotations and avoid soaking carry XP. Early game was very chaotic, and I'm not used to games like this. Would appreciate the guidance. Okay, so this one interests me because as much as we talk about optimal play and meta and stuff, pub games do get crazy because people don't know how to play, and they're going to do something weird, and you're like, am I supposed to just allow that to happen? Do I need to, like, punish this? Like, what do I do? That's part of playing Dota and, like, bumping the win rate up just a little bit because we're going to have a lot of very standard games. And then there's going to be these random one-off games where you don't really need to know how to deal with it. And if you win or lose, it probably doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. And yet, if we can identify how to correctly play that like 1 in 100 game, then we can bump our win rate up, you know, like 1 percentage point for the 100 games or something like that. And so kind of solving that puzzle of like, that shit was weird, what do I do? I think is a pretty good exercise. So let's take a quick look. And because it's mainly a how do we deal with this weird lane, it'll be something we can do relatively quickly, like 5 to 10 minutes, I think. Well, let's see how much we talk about it. Okay, so items look okay. You should probably be prepared to buy a couple mangoes because Lich doesn't really get mana. And to your question specifically with Lich, you should probably not be rotating because Lich, because of Death Charge, this innate ability, you actually want to be in the lane quite a lot. And you won't be very effective roaming too early. Later on, you'll move around, but you're going to have items and such. In the early game, you don't want to do too much. So we end up using actually quite a few Qs right here. Really, if we go back to this, So, bigger lesson. Don't overemphasize bounty runes. They're not worth that much. Don't give all of them up for free. As long as you get 1, it's playable. 2, perfectly acceptable. 3 is great, but it's not the end of the world. 4, either way, is pretty bad. So you should really avoid that situation, and it is kind of worth fighting to at least prevent that. But when I look at your team, and I see Magnus here, and I see Monkey King here, and I see Venno here, and I see 2 heroes, maybe 3 heroes now. At most, there can be 2 more heroes. Unless they have cheated their way a 6th hero into the game. Could be 2 heroes here, could be 2 heroes here, 2 heroes here. Could be 1 here, right? But that's the split. We have 2 heroes here. So we should just give up this bounty rune, and we hope Magnus gets this one, Venno gets this one, and Monkey gets this one. And even if the other 2 heroes are somewhere here, we should at least get 1, and then it'll be a click war for the other ones. So we don't need to do anything here. We don't need to fight whatsoever. If you can take some free pot shots at this Bane, I would say an auto attack, sure. But Shadow Fiend is blowing his mana and not getting a kill. Huge mistake for a mid Shadow Fiend. And then you're Lich, so you got to be careful with your spells. If you are tipping the mid lane health pool in your favor, sure. But like Ogre and Bane are not going to care that much. Like these guys are pretty bulky, but your mana is hard to come by. So this ends up being a lot. In the end, you guys do get 3 bounty runes, and yet I feel like we paid a hefty price for it because we offered to pay a hefty price for it by walking into here 2v3. And now Shadow Fiend has to come to lane without a single raise available to secure range creeps, and he's missing some health. And he's dealing with a Silencer who's a very high harass mid. And now we're going to go to lane as a hero who can't use clarities, and mangoes are a bit expensive but necessary, and we're down to our last third of mana. So we have 1 more Frost Blast. So kind of already shot ourselves in the foot a little bit. And then it looks like, so the Bane was maybe doing the weird stuff. I think it looks like Bane's the 4. So my advice to you is that you should just punish the offlaner. If they ever do get left in a 2v1, yo, this guy watched the video. He's trying to put it in here. Hopefully you also watched the warding video and you're going to get it easily, no confusion. But you should try to stay the lane as much as possible as a Lich. You know, step out to do the pulls if needed, but then otherwise be in the lane because this is where we get mana and your spells are strong. So you want to be in the lane, and especially with a Magnus, right? Should be some easy combos where you slow someone, he just walks up, skewers them back, and then you like do another slow, and Ogre's trying to like run home from here. Sinister Gaze level 2 can be okay. We're switching targets. All right, if you just focus one guy, this would be okay. Looks like we will get the Silencer kill, just cost the rotation over. So this particular move is fine because they were in so deep. If you had actually swapped this Mango in, it would have gone a little better. And I might recommend you TP here instead of here. But overall, this particular rotation is fine. The reason being is that 2 heroes have pushed beyond your tier 1 to the tier 2. So you can come, and actually another hero could come, like the Venomancer did, and get some kills. The other thing, though, is that I'm looking at your mid. Even if no one else comes, even if you can't get a kill, Shadow Fiend is not going to be able to stay here. This guy has 54 health. He is going to die. He must go home, which means all this XP, that gets to go to you. So then you would come here, whether you get the kill or not, you absorb the lane until Shadow Fiend comes back. So this rotation is fine. And then we should probably leave and like go back to punishing this. I'm actually going to take a real quick look, go back. Because what the heck happened? Why is our lane pushing? Nothing even happened in the bottom lane. All right, so a tower got hit. Tower shot hit several of our creeps. So it wasn't really your fault. Magnus kind of messed up the lane. We can spin it in a positive way. Ogre did some creep aggro that Magnus did not respond to, and Ogre gave himself a playable lane, 1v2. So that's not really your fault. We get the kill, we absorb XP for a little bit, and then we leave. It might have been better to just die, honestly, but that's fine. You can go home. Where are we going? Going top. Interesting. If your team is up for a one-on-one down here, I don't mind if you leave. In fact, you guys could do something very cool, which is that you leave Magnus to the one-on-one, and then you guys do a 2-on-2 up here, and you let Veno jungle. I promise you, a Venomancer who knows what he's doing will get far more out of this than the Bane will. But if Bane is committed to like walking between these lanes, you will need to help the Shadow Fiend a little bit. That's why Venomancer would just jungle in this area and then just like zone the Bane who's trying to like walk between here, and he would just get kills. That's pretty advanced. I wouldn't expect you guys to like arrive at that conclusion together. So while Bane is moving back and forth, he should not actually be able to get very much done. And so you should just win a lane that he is not in. It's probably not the mid lane. Shadow Fiend's not going to like that. So either just commit to playing here and like crushing the Ogre, getting Magnus a very good start, or you want to come up here real early, try to do something up here. I'm open to it. Juggernaut will be kind of tough. Like with the Blade Fury, that's kind of our thing. We're magic burst, so it's going to be kind of tough into a Juggernaut. I think when you were really low, just going home to heal up and then coming back bottom could be good. Yeah, it is not good. Sounds good, Jimmy. I look forward to some cut purse gameplay. Uh, 1-1-1 as necessary is fine. But because you're pretty mana restrained and you want your spells to be strong, I would usually recommend trying to get 2 points in Frost Blast by level 3. And then you pick whether you need the shield or the Sinister Gaze. Let me see if that's still true. Maybe people are doing some different stuff, but I feel like that's usually the case. All right, there's not a lot of people playing Lich, but a few people that are, that seems to still be true. At this point, it's kind of messy. To reiterate the key points, be careful about what bounty rune fights you go for, and then this lane really did get weird. I would probably recommend, as a general rule, just to try to ignore the really weird shit happening if you're a Lich, and just kill your lane. Just really zone this guy out, and then go do pulls. If you ever run into 2v1 lanes and you're not sure what to do, guys, you'll have to adapt to the particular game. But what I would recommend, get the small camp open, stack it, and then you can do as many pulls as you want. With one camp, you're very limited in what you can do. But as soon as the camp is stacked, you can completely delete entire creep waves. And when there's only one hero in the lane, they can't do anything about that. Like, they'll come and try, but the denies happen so fast. If they're late even a little bit, they've already missed stuff. And then 2, you fight them, and your carry can always come and join. And as soon as you do it once or twice, this guy's underleveled compared to you, and he can no longer stop you. So it's a pretty effective game plan if you know that's what's going to happen. Most of the time you don't, but some games you can tell. You can like see weird shits happening. The 4 is griefing, something like that. If they're roaming a lot back and forth, just stick an observer like here, somewhere like here, In the river's fine too, to see when they're going so that you don't have to move as well, right? Like you just stay in the lane and you see Bane going this way, so now you guys play really aggressive and you just tell the SF to play safe. He starts coming back. You guys just like time it to make sure when he's back, you're not like too far in. The first few minutes versus the weird kind of roaming pretty much dictates it. Like once Ogre gets away with being 1v2, the window's gone. Once you punish him really hard and Bane's like, oh shit, okay, I gotta play the lane. You're now so far behind, it's really tough. So typically just ignore the weird shit and just play your game, especially if you're a lane dominator like Lich, just play your game. But if they do go crazy aggressive, like this back of the tier 1, tier 2, I don't mind the teleports. Like I do think that's fine. Hopefully that gives some rough idea on how to approach this kind of stuff. Lockdown for Mag Skewer is not a bad idea. Trying out this Sinister Gaze. I would say you really just need the slows. Because as long as you slow them, Shockwave and Skewer should be enough to do the rest. And then you just continue to slow them. And if they don't have an escape, like this is an Ogre Magi, right? Like he just waddles. If they don't have Time Walk, Shikuchi, stuff like that, you probably don't need the actual lockdown. Fortunately, it looks like things got weird, but it's still a roughly even game. So like things should stabilize as time goes on for this particular game. No problem, DMR. Happy to help. Okay, let me see who else put a message earlier. We don't even need you guys to spam new stuff. We can just take a quick look at who else was in here. Okay, how about this? This will round out our rank distribution pretty well. And I think will be a good continuation of what this game maybe could have been. Because I was talking about lane dominators. Zeus support just got nerfed. But you typically are trying to win the lane with smart spell casting and then just auto attack, harass in the meantime. Lich is somewhat similar with the way his spells work. So, I don't know. I can kind of see a connection. We'll see how the game actually plays out. Zeus did get nerfed. It's not as good as it used to be. It's probably still okay for pubs. Like, where is he? Yeah, but you lost a good chunk of damage. Spells all got nerfed. So that's why you're not seeing as much Zeus support anymore. And there's more exciting things like the Faceless, the Night Stalkers for position 4. For strong 5s, you have heroes like Jakiro. That's why you're not really seeing it. But for a pub game, I bet it'll still work. So let's take a quick look. Speaking of the Night Stalkers. And then, hold on, wait. I have a question on this. EDR 96. Zeus 4 versus Ancient. Oh! Almost forgot the timestamp. We would have had to end the stream. Okay, Zeus 4, Ancient. I just want to know what I could have done in the lane. Don't see Coddle 5 that often. Didn't know what to do. Okay, you're with the Mars. Bring your child to work day in the off lane. Yeah, that's not bad. Take out all his health to start. Stick, very good versus Coddle. He's a hero that uses a lot of spells, and if you can get the mana, great. Some people, we don't really see Coddle support much nowadays, to your point. So, one piece of advice, if you can get the second observer and stick it in the lane, very useful for 2 reasons. One, you see the charge up coming. He's like standing behind the trees, charging this way, whatever. You see it coming, you can potentially interrupt it, though that might reveal your ward. So the next nice thing you can do is just sidestep it. Just avoid the damage, and he hits the creeps. Just griefs his carry and doesn't get any value out of it. Because if you shove the lane, but you're like doing chunks of damage at a time, then you can play the lane here because you're both like dead from taking so many illuminate hits. But when you sidestep it and the lane just gets shoved in, you're winning so hard. So that's 1. 2, Coddle does use a lot of spells. He uses many of them from out of sight to avoid giving stick charges. I don't know if Coddles actively think about this in this rank, but like you should. If you don't have line of sight on someone because they're in fog of war when they cast a spell, you do not get a stick charge. So when Coddle uses Illuminate and then Chakra Magic from back here, 2 stick charges you could have had. So many people will put a observer somewhere in the lane here or somewhere behind the tower. Now that this is kind of close, I might not do behind the tower anymore because if they go for any kind of unblock, they might get it. So somewhere in front of the tower would be good. And then you'd see the illuminates and hopefully get a couple extra stick charges for yourself. I think that would help you a lot. Okay, now to get into the actual lane. So you are just going to hit the Slark anytime he walks up. Despite the nerfs, you still have 58 damage to the 49 of Coddle. So when he right-clicks your Mars and you right-click the Slark, you are winning. Granted, under the tower with a little extra armor and regen, it's a slight advantage to maybe Slark over the Mars. But if I had to guess, Mars is going to build some tankier items compared to the Slark, so eventually it'll kind of balance out. So if you dodge the Illuminates and then you just focus Slark, I think that's fine over time. And if Slark's avoiding you, then you just go for denies in front of his face. So you see you're like trying to like reposition around the Coddle, but look how fast that guy is. This guy is so freaking fast. 320 move speed, no boots, no nothing. So if you try to chase him, you're just going to waste your time. But Slark cannot avoid you as much. Zeus is actually also really fast at 315, but even then, even you will not catch this Coddle. Slark, slower and melee, and he is restricted to needing to get last hits. So rather than chase Coddle, just stand here and hit Slark. Every time Coddle hits Mars, you hit Slark. And then repeat that. Currently, Slark's getting left alone. All right, you and Coddle are trading. But what is it really doing in terms of our cores? How are we affecting our cores? Right now, they're just being left in a one-on-one. Lich, Undying, other lane dominators. Let's tie that back in, right? You typically want to focus the off-laner or like the carry, depending where you're playing as the lane dominator. And if you end up chasing a fast support in the jungle, you're wasting your time. So that's kind of what's happening here. Should just sit here, whack creeps, whack Slark, bolt him to make him miss last hits, taunt in his face, do a little twink. Yeah, see, like, he's running circles around you. This is a good pull. Oh, I think you de-aggroed because you were hitting that creep, though. What in the heck's happening over here? We eventually get killed because we get chipped down and then they commit. Okay, I think that's honestly, that's probably good enough for this one. Zeus, short ranged, but relatively high damage. Just try to stick to the lane more and focus the damage on the carries rather than chase the supports around. If they're a slower support, it might work out, but someone really fast like Coddle is going to be very tough for you. And it's much easier to just sit in the lane and occasionally bolt, use the mini stun to make him miss last hits, things like that. And then, yeah, that's kind of that. Chaos mode, go. Go, guys, go. We'll play a game and send it. You might have time. It's 4 right now. We're gonna end a little earlier today because I gotta go out, do some errands. But if you have a normal game time and then go, it might be doable. Okay. Not allowed to go out? No! Can you do the analysis as a caster? What does that mean, though? Like, what's the difference exactly? I would just have more fake hype in my voice, maybe. More fake energy. Alright, we got several games about winning and then losing. So we might try to do a couple of those in a row. That could be a good learning process. How to keep up in farm as a Night Stalker. Or maybe just offlane in general would be a good topic too. Oh, yeah, PDR. I don't know if you were here that whole time or not. We actually just talked through this of what to do for the lane. I don't know if you were here to listen to it, but probably around like here. Long story short was just focus the Slark and ignore the Coddle, and then get an observer to see the Coddle blast coming in, and then have a stick. And if you do that, you'll be okay. It'll let you dodge a couple of the blasts. The thing is, like, you kept standing over here, so the blasts keep coming over. You need to make the blasts hit the creeps so that even when you guys get tanked, it shoves the lane, and then you guys get to sit under tower. And then in the meantime, you just focus Slark. You end up chasing the Coddle around, but he's faster than you, so it just kind of, like, wasted your time. No, you're good, you're good. We were doing the Chaos mode, so I didn't even double-check if you were here. I probably should have done that. It'll be in the VOD if you want to, like... actually... If you're watching on YouTube, are you? Oh, no, you're on Twitch. I was going to say, on YouTube, you can even, like, go back, because the YouTube player is way better. But it will be on the YouTube VOD if you want to go back and listen to the details I gave. Okay, I'm going to do a couple of these in a row that are about we were winning and then we was losing. Because that is usually very similar in terms of identifying who to play with, what the timings are, and then looking for opportunities. And that's actually relevant for every role, every rank, all of that. So I'm just going to start with this Clockwerk game. Ooh, Herald, nice. We're wrapping up the final ranks. Oh, dang, you're Guardian. Okay, that's fine. I don't think we have a Guardian either. Either way, the Herald Guardian. We truly are covering all the ranks. Okay, Guardian. Okay, so even though we're starting with a Clockwerk Guardian, going forward for the next several replays, the emphasis is on how do we take a winning position and keep winning, eventually win the game.
Thank you.
Probably won't go through every single game. We'll probably like identify a couple opportunities in any single game, but that is kind of the goal here. Kimblun, hey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry. Sarah Bear, I also missed yours. My bad. But thank you very much. Thank you, guys. You guys are keeping me going. Okay. For this game, so this is one of the first times playing Clockwerk. Found it weird to play 2 melees in a lane, but we won the lane. Okay, that's fine. I'll probably skip the lane then. Mid to late game, started to feel kind of lost. Think I played well, but don't know what I could have done to win this game. Okay, so this one will be a little messy because Guardian and Herald mix. I'm going to share some advice and tactics with you. Your team will ignore 80% of them, but the remaining 20%, if you can get it to happen, maybe even not 20, 10% maybe, 5% maybe, that is enough to bump your win rate up and then climb MMR. So let's find a couple options for you to try to find a place to begin. Let's take a look at graphs. So you said you won your lane. Looks like you guys maybe you are a little bit ahead, but as a team, you guys weren't really ahead. So we can take a quick look at 10 minutes to find like some small opportunities. But then maybe around here is where we should really be looking to see like what we messed up so hard on as a team that ultimately led to the end of the game. So like 10 and then 30 minutes. Let's jump to those. A little back. Okay. Ooh, actually, let's go back to when you just hit 6. Okay, perfect. So, Tranquil Spavis, looks like you're with the Razor. You just hit Hookshot. Okay, so, coming up here. For Guardian, the laning stage tends to go a little longer than usual. Like, I would say at 9 minutes, the lane is well over for most Immortal games. That's fine. You just recognize the differences in the ranks. So for Guardian, the laning stage does go longer, and it's a little harder to leave your lane without the carry being like, where are you going? You still got to be with me. But I still recommend you guys look for these type of opportunities. So as you reach the point, I want to consider moving out of the lane. There's a couple things we want to make sure we have. 1, tools to actually do something when we leave the lane. Clockwerk's really good with it. As long as you have boots, your regular abilities are already good enough to catch people who aren't very mobile, like Necrophos, potentially even Drow if she doesn't gust you away. So you can even go without Hookshot, but once you have Hookshot, even better, much easier to initiate with. As you get close and you're like, I think I'm going to leave with Hookshot. So as you get to about like 5.5, you want to prep a couple other things. 1, we don't want the carry to start feeding the second we leave. So we want to try to leave some kind of observer with him. So if you buy a sentry and an observer, it can be really good. You do something, you push a lane, exact situation like this. You could sentry this area if you think they've warded somewhere around here. If you don't think they have a ward here, that's fine. You don't even need to put one. Drop your observer somewhere without being noticed. If you've been fighting over the hard camps, maybe don't put it too near there. But, for example, walk down here. In nighttime, the tower only sees to... Actually, I'll just show you. We can do this. We have the power. In the nighttime, the tower only sees up to about here. So as Clockwerk, we can walk over here, put the observer anywhere in this area. Over here, that would be good too. This will give some vision to protect the carry. Now I feel a lot better about leaving, so that's great. Next, we want to make sure we have the tools to leave. Right now you can Hookshot and then, shit, out of mana, right? Then they just walk away. You feel like an idiot. So buy a Clarity ahead of time if you need to fill up your mana. Maybe your health is really low, so maybe you got to buy some regen on that. Although if you have to do that, I'd probably recommend at 10 minutes you actually just walk home and then pick where you want to go after that. Still walk out or maybe TP to do like a really fast play. We also don't want to get spotted. Hook shot's nice because it's long range. Not every hero has this. Sometimes you want to get the mid, but they have an observer and they see you. Feels silly. So maybe we buy a Smoke of Deceit. So that will let us bypass some of the observers, get a little closer, make it happen, and then maybe now that we have time, we look for wards, things like that. So those are the main things. We need enough mana. We need enough observers. We need an observer to protect our guy. We might want to smoke. That one's optional, especially for Guardian, but could help. And then possibly another observer and or sentry, because like we leave one here to protect the Wraith King. We go make a play mid, and then I'd like to leave a mid ward now that I'm here. Or now that he's dead, I'd like to check for his own observer, so I want to put a sentry here. Let's say we do a play over here, we get a kill, the tower's low, and because we're already roaming around, we left this lane, we came to the Twin Gate. Maybe I want to place an observer afterwards, right? I like look in the back somewhere. So if you already have it, great. If the store's bought up, it's fine. You don't have to wait for it, but if it's just sitting there, why not? So let's see how long you end up staying here. It looks like you guys can get another kill on Wraith King, actually. Oops. So see, you can probably solo kill this Wraith King if you have enough mana for Battery Assault. So try to keep that in mind. You're high level, but we gotta be able to use all the spells. So make sure you're buying those clarities. You're trying to play real fast. You can even get mangoes. Not fully necessary in every game, but just as an option. Kind of force some rotations, so honestly, it's kind of fine, even though you didn't get kills. We really need that clarity on the way. Need that observer. And this could be great, because Necro TP'd up here, he can't respond to anything else. So off of this not working, you could immediately run home, Twin Gate, start shit down here, and they wouldn't be able to come help. So even when you don't get the kill, but you get a rotation, that might actually mean there's an opportunity somewhere else. But to keep moving around the map like this, we need enough mana to do all that. So consider buying the clarities as we get to that point. You're going to do a pull here. This is really good in the early game where all the little creeps and XP matters. As we get to 10 minutes, the value from a pull in terms of denying one creep from the enemy is not a huge deal. Like if we look at the number of last hits, there's a lot of last hits missed because this is Guardian, but at the start of the game, when the off lane has 5 last hits, missing one, huge deal. 27 last hits, that's not that great. But like 1 last hit out of 27, if you miss that, not a big deal. Even more so when we're talking like 60 last hits on a drought. So as you get later in the lane, these kind of pulls don't matter as much, and it's actually more important to look for opportunities. If you truly have nothing to do, it's not bad to like do something, get yourself a little farm, but there may be better stuff. We end up getting a hook shot on the Disruptor. That's not too bad. So while he's dead, anytime you get a kill and you have observers, take a look at your minimap. Where can I go? Where can I go place it? I got time. So maybe I don't want to go through here because the tower will see me. It's now daytime. So just to show this, the comparison. Daytime, the tower sees up to here. So now, if we want to be careful with how we ward, we have to like walk this way, come up here to make sure no one's standing here, and then place your ward from behind these trees. You can maybe come place a triangle ward right now if you want. 2 heroes are dead. If you go back to your perspective. 2 heroes are dead. You know Wraith King's here, and I believe you just saw... Yeah, if we go back a little bit. So you see Drow here. So the only hero left is Necropos. Little scary, but you'll probably be okay if you run into him because he doesn't really have lockdown. He just has to run you down. You're full health. Power cogged and walk away. Should be all right. Kind of like that. Alright, because it's Guardian, I also understand if you struggle to leave the lane a little bit. Now that you guys took the tower, I hope it's very clear we can consider going somewhere else. So if you come straight back top when you respawn, I would say that's a little bit of a miss. That's you just feeling like, I'm a safe lane hero, I keep going to the safe lane. I hope you will walk somewhere else to start looking for the next thing. If you TP because you think there's a play, that's also fine. We're thinking about it. That's good. Maybe we're buying some wards. Ooh, you are a shop on the left side kind of guy. All right, so you did end up coming here. Looks like we're going to place an observer. And looks like you're even going to go for a double stack. So I'm pretty happy with this. You might want to be careful about teleporting for this kind of stuff because it means you can't teleport to help your teammates. It's not too bad. Okay. Drow might die. She actually could die, but they're not going to be confident in diving. So when you come here, who's the more valuable kill? It's actually Drow. So I would tell your team to start going in, and then you hookshot to her rather than the Zeus. That would be a little better. If you're not feeling great about that, you still want the Zeus. I don't mind too much. You're good from here. They use spells on you. They're hitting you with the drow. You can actually back out now. You've done your job, which is to hookshot to him and then drop the power cogs to prevent him from getting out. So you can now start leaving, and these guys can commit to this, and that way you wouldn't die. You actually end up hanging around a little bit too long, so then you end up dying for it. But you could probably have backed out and then maybe hung around in the area to see if you can get to the drow later. But otherwise, that's kind of the right idea. So let's go ahead and jump to the 30 minutes. I'm sure we could look for more opportunities in that area, but I want to keep us moving, not just in this game, but in the future ones. So what do we got here? You guys are... It's pretty much an even game, 1K at 28 minutes. You guys are pushing up to the tier 2. Pudge is not here, though, so it is 4 heroes max, and without vision, you guys get trapped on the Disruptor ult. Before you come in, you should actually use Rocket Flare for vision. And when your team is pushing this kind of tower and you're scared... Actually, let me give you a couple bonus tips. They're all dead. They're not ready to defend. Your team's coming up. So go ahead, just walk over here. Because what's the worst that can happen? If you're under this tower and there's a Disruptor alive, you're not at that much risk. So as you walk up, Rocket Flare this tree line so you can see what's happening. You can see if people are TPing in, and then you go, oh shit, I don't want to do that. Leave. Perfectly fine. You committed, what, 45 mana? Not a huge deal. If it's safe to do so, walk under, use power cogs, and that will break all of the trees. And now no one can TP in without being spotted. So once that happens, now your team can have a lot more safety to push. Once you do it, back out again and just wait at the edge with your hookshot. But in the meantime, you've made it a lot safer while they're dead, and it's safe to do so. If you wait till they're alive, now it's really risky to do that. Now you might die. If you had done that, your team might not get caught off guard by this Disruptor ult here. You hookshotted to the Disruptor, but once the... once this ult is out, that's actually the key thing that Disruptor is doing. So if you take him out of the fight now, what are you really taking out of the fight? Not so much. So we actually want to look for a different target. We didn't watch the whole game, but I dare say Drow, who is having a good time in the lane and looks like she's up here, she's probably more your focus on keeping her out of the fight. So you would just continue to wait back here, and then once you see like this happen, you would come to the Drow. If that never happens, as Bristleback gets close, as Razor gets close, now you might hookshot in and power cogs these two together for these guys to kill. But you can wait for that moment a little bit. Okay, so this was a 4-on-4 that didn't quite go so well, and Pudge wasn't here yet. Let's speed up once you guys are all alive. Looks like Roche is alive. At any moment, you guys could do Roche on. Keeping vision versus a Zeus is tough. Something you can do now that you're alive again. Just keep shooting off Rocket Flare. It's very cheap. Just pew. Drow's top. Does she have 5 teammates behind her? Impossible. 4 teammates behind her? There we go. 4 teammates behind Drow? Maybe. How do we know? Pew. Pew. Boo! Just keep rocket flaring random parts of the map that you think they might be at. And what we're looking for is an opportunity. We're looking for the enemy split up. We want to have the smoke ready. And we see them scattered. And we're like, hey, Drow's top. She TP'd here. And I saw a hero here. She can't come to this. So let's go. We smoke. We go chase this guy. We get a kill. Fantastic. This is how we like look for kills to then open up objectives. We have 2 kills, 5 heroes. Now we can go. Disruptor shows himself. The Disruptor's here. Drow is here. Boo! Pop. Found a Necro here. Great. Smoke. Get the Necro. Get the Disruptor. You want to go for the Drow? I actually don't really care. At this rank, the important thing is going for an isolated target. That's what I want you guys to focus on. I don't care so much about like optimal map movements and everything. If you guys can pick good targets, that's all that matters to me. It's a good stepwise approach to improving in Dota. Any level of organization is good. So Drow's on her own. A bunch of teammates are here. So the downside is that your team is already kind of involved. So it's very hard to adjust this. But I like that you guys are maybe like, okay, we're already on the top half and Drow's here, so let's go get Drow. I think that's good. Drow should actually see that smoke based on the ult and get out, but she's not paying attention. Cool. So, ignoring this, what you did there was very good. You gotta be very careful here. You don't have any teammates. This is all a bluff, and they know it. They know it, so they'll get you. So this one is about identifying what we can do as a team. We see these guys not here. These 2 are dead, so we need to think. This is hard in the middle of the game, I know. In the same way, I knew Drow was here, and we saw a couple of people here. So like, oh, they're split up. They're doing the same stuff. And if you think from their perspective, hey, we killed 2 heroes. Drow got killed top. That sucks. That was actually all 3 heroes. And one guy tried to TP here and got glimpsed away. So even if Clockwerk's here and someone else TP'd, it can only be those 2 heroes. And we're 4 heroes. Or we're 3 heroes. I don't know where the 4th guy is. We're 3 heroes, so we don't care. So that's why when you try to walk up and do this, they're like, wait a minute. Math. 3 of us, 1 of him, maybe a second. Like, we can do that. And so they just kill you. So that's why you have to just, like, wait in the back. And then, there we go. There's the 4th guy. Wait in the back until your teammates get closer, and these guys get closer to respawning. Then you go in. Now we're baiting. Now they're like, we can totally kill Clockwerk. And they forget, oh shit, Sand King's TPing, Razor's TPing. It's not a 3v1. It's not a 4v1. It's actually a 5v4, and we're the 4. Oh shit, you know. And then that's how you get them. So I think that's a good couple opportunities on this one. Let's look for another one. If you guys have games where you are winning and then you lose, that's what I want for the next couple games. Notes. Pew! Perfect. Perfect. No problem. Happy to help. Okay. Who else? Shinnamin Chin went Monkey King mid, winning lane, and then lost. That's pretty good. Let's start there. And if you guys have games that you think also you were ahead and then you kind of lost momentum and like wrong opportunities, send those in and we'll pick from those for the next one. Timestamp. Kimblin, thank you. EU times, what is it? It's getting into the late night for you now, right? Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it. I know the time zones, depending on your own schedule, some people can do it, some can't. So always happy to see you guys make it if you can. And if you want, there's always the VODs too. But I know the VODs are a little different than watching live, so I know it's not for everyone. But it is there if you wanna see this stuff. Okay, so for this game, you said you won your lane. And looks to be about true. It's not a massive stomp, but it is a winning beginning. And it looks like as a team, we also have a bit of a lead. And then we start to throw around here. So maybe same deal. Let's look at how you transition from a winning lane to do stuff. And then let's look at, like, what did we do wrong? Oh, shit. Throw it. This might be a good place to start. You left an observer. You're maybe thinking about bottom, but then that shit happened before you got there. I guess that's okay. Came back mid. Ooh, got a solo kill. Very nice. Okay, I see a shield rune top. Well, we did get the Lich kill at least. Maybe we'll get the Necro. Dang, okay. Actually, that did end up working out. I think that might have been a little aggressive. The thing to remember is that you're a mid player as well, so you can relate. As soon as a core player dies, all they're thinking about is where they're going to instantly teleport as soon as they respawn. Now, it's probably back to their own lane, but if they see a fight like bottom and they think they can get easy kills, they're going to go there right away. Very rarely will you see a delay in a core player teleporting once you get to, like, Crusader and higher. It's almost always like TP straight back to where you think you want to go. So that's why you got to be careful on this aggression. It's like, oh, I want to kill this Lich, but I know Necro is going to come, like, right away. So this is where I think you just chill a little bit. And if you want to kill the Lich, you know what's going to happen? If you didn't start this right now and you just sit in these trees, I can almost guarantee you that as soon as Necro TP's back in, Lich is going to go, oh, I'm not welcome here anymore. And he's going to either go this way or he's going to go this way, depending on the state of the game and what lane he came from. He is the hard support for PA. There's a good chance he's going to default back down here. The laning stage is ending. He should probably go up, so he might go this way. Can't really predict. You don't know the player. So you just pick and choose. You just like, I think it's a little more likely top, you know? So you come, you sit right here. There's a very high chance Lich will walk there. You kill the Lich out of the tower. The Necro is already TP'd here. People aren't TPing here. Even if they do, it's a longer, much safer kill. You get the Lich, you get out. This one, just a little bit aggressive at a time that heroes are respawning. You always want to be careful anytime heroes are respawning if you start shit. And certain heroes are scarier to dive than others. Lich happens to be one of them. Lich is very dangerous to dive. At least it does work out, though, with the Weaver coming in. Case in point. 5 seconds. A very high chance Monkey King instantly TPs. So if the enemy were to, say, dive the Axe or dive the Anti-Mage, you gotta be careful of the Monkey King coming in. Oh, slight delay. Thinking about it. Oh, ends up going bottom. Okay, once the PA. Oh, we gotta get in the trees. She's gonna see that shit. Okay. Hold on. I like the idea, but... Oh, there's a Clockwerk. Maybe it was actually a Lich 4. When you TP here, you should immediately come sit in the trees. Come sit in one of these trees. She can see this. It doesn't show on the mini-map, but she can physically see this. You in the trees, much better. And what you want is for Axe to wander in too aggressively. You know, you want the Axe to bait, go on the axe, and then you'll get to fight. Is your ult close? No, you used it earlier. So once this happens, you kind of give away the play, and then it doesn't work out. But if you let axe go in first, and they've killed him several times, I have a feeling they would try again, and then you would get to channel fully into the axe call. So now you're trying to start shit. Your team doesn't have the best playmakers right now. Axe with a blink will get there. Pudge, if he hooks, sure. You're currently not playing with either of them. The other support's a Weaver who can't initiate, and an Anti-Mage can't really initiate, though he could follow up if you started a fight. So you really want something to set yourself up, and you don't really want it to have to be the stun. So this is where you do want to have a good start. You do want to try to like pressure the map a little bit, but don't be afraid to also just continue farming and finish up your diffusal. Now I gotta double check the build if it's shifted, but for your own farm speed, a lot of the times people will max W. In this particular game versus Necrophos, I actually don't think you should be maxing Q and E. It actually worked this time, but he really should just avoid it. You know, he should just go shroud the stuns, and like I don't think you would be able to kill him. I feel like he misplayed, and it worked out. But I think you should actually be maxing W to finish farming better. I could be wrong. I'm not a Monkey King mid player too much. And it does look like a lot of people are maxing Q at least, and then sometimes Jingu, sometimes leaving Jingu at like 2-3 points. So maybe it's perfectly fine. Has to do with his Orb of Corrosion. I could be wrong. But either way, whatever your build is, I do think you probably just want to finish farming this Diffusal, and then I think you could solo kill this PA. Maybe with Pudge. Balls. No Diffusal, so she's gone. This is where we have a winning start, but as we try to look for too many fights, when we don't have the tools, we're wasting time. If you had just stayed in a lane, Lifestealer, for example, taking your tower, stayed here, keep farming mid, and then farm a camp, you're getting to this Diffusal, and then these type of plays are more likely to work out. Instead, what have we really farmed in the last minute? Like that one creep wave that kind of aggroed over. And now we might get a Clockwerk kill. All right. This is dicey. Oh, Weaver's here. Okay, PA wants to jump into the Wukongs. I couldn't have predicted that. I couldn't have predicted that. So we kind of got given an extra kill, which sort of saved the amount of time we spent. But if they hadn't just given you that extra free kill, I think it would have been faster to just be farming. So that's all I want to say for this. We'll jump ahead to the 30 minutes. But like, just because you're winning in the lane, sometimes you still need to identify what do I need to make aggressive plays actually work. For someone like Monkey King, it can be this Diffusal. For heroes like Axe, Axe could have a great start, have his Halberd, maybe just a Crimson, or sorry, maybe a Vanguard, maybe he went Blade Mail, whatever, and then he's like, I want to make plays, I'm really ahead, but he doesn't have the blink. It's a huge waste of his time to be running around the map looking for fights when he doesn't have the blink, and he should just finish farming. So for whatever your hero you play, you should know, like, what do I need to make this much more efficient? And I should just get that first before trying to start shit. We shouldn't start team fighting when pipe is like 200 gold away. You know, that kind of logic. All right, looks like we really griefed this high ground. So what are we doing here, guys? So we're pushing up, 7K lead. You got 4 minutes on Aegis, and it looks like you guys took the Aegis and immediately came high ground. If they were dead, great. But you don't need to take this right now. So he buys back. This is a big economic win already. Let's just back off. You have 4 minutes on this Aegis. 3.5 minutes at this point. But there's still 2 tier 2s left. you have time to take both these tier 2s and then still push high ground. And that whole time, they should be a little nervous of Aegis. If you want to really chip this, you really want to force it, you can, but you can't commit too much. Just 1 or 2 heroes hit it. You or the anti-mage, but probably just one of them. You wait for hooks, and you wait for Axe to find someone to call. You two are currently standing next to each other, which is pretty bad. And then we're going to call a Lich. As the creep wave dies, so now the Chain Frost is starting to do a lot of damage. This is a really bad time to go in and not the hero that we care about initiating. We're doing this under their tier 3. So you guys chose a really hard fight, essentially. You should have taken the Aegis. Push up to here is fine, but then do this. Do these other lanes. Hope they defend it, and it's much easier to dive and fight at a tier 2 than it is the tier 3. And if you take these tier 2s, you go from, I think, 7k, 8k lead when we tuned in. You bump that up to 10k, 12k. Who knows how many kills you find in the meantime as your team pushes up. And then with the final minute of Aegis, you come up to the tier 3, and now you're pushing with, let's say, a 12k lead instead of an 8k lead. It's going to be very different. And it's going to be a much more effective use of the Aegis. If you do fail this push, you still have complete map control because you've taken out every tower. I mean, not complete map control, but like you've taken every tower. Big advantage in that. And there's a higher chance, like, maybe your BKB was done. That's a big reason not to fight. You were a few hundred off your BKB. You had 4 minutes to farm the BKB and then fight with BKB and Aegis. So by pushing right then, we threw away a huge window of power. And if you instead just go take even one more tier 2, you would finish the BKB, be able to fight with that, and then you might win that fight because you have the BKB, you drop the ult and everything, you might just win off the fight. So this is a really common mistake. At some point, you can't get people to do Roshan, and then at some point, they do Roshan, and as soon as they do Roshan, they must immediately go to the nearest tier 3 and push it, but that's completely unnecessary. There's 5 minutes on Aegis for a reason. We should make use of those 5 minutes. So go ahead and push a lane in, get them all to TP home to feel like they have to defend it. Just let them sit there. Go leave. Let 5 people sit here splitting one creep wave. That's big economic win. If they don't come to defend, then maybe you can push it. But you guys got kills, you got buybacks, and you guys still didn't leave. So that was a big mistake that caught you there. Let us now pick another one. Who else had a game winning to losing? Kefka, Pudge 5, won early, lost late. That might be another good one. We might end up seeing the same stuff. Maybe we'll do that one. One more case of what we're talking about, and then maybe we'll look at Eris's feeling stuck like you can't control team decisions is very common. So that could be a good one to take a look at. I'll start with this Pudge one just to round out 3 different games of having opportunities from ahead, and if we're seeing them and taking them. Pudge, fine. Okay, it looks like you're uncalibrated, but everyone's divine, so I'm sure you're in that range. Came back uncalibrated. Don't worry. It'll be divine again. Just a bit. Ah, shit. No, this one's too old, actually. Sorry. Oh no, now there's a timestamp in there that shouldn't be there. That's okay, we can just delete it. Ooh, 69 Timothy Thick. That's a good example right there. Let's use that one instead since this Pudge one's a little too old. Shinneman, I totally get that. If your team is dead set on pushing that, I do agree that it's typically better to just go with the team, even if you think it's the incorrect decision. So I get that. I would say the best you can usually do is like, let them know ahead of time what you want to do. As you guys do it as you're finishing Roshan is the most. Oh no! I hope we'll still be able to download this. Do it as you're finishing Roshan because that is the point where everyone's brain is currently like, wait, let me step back. If Roshan's being hotly contested, don't distract your team. Just successfully do Roshan. If it's a free Roshan and you have the room, right? Every player is starting to think like, what is the next thing to do if they're thinking at all? And so that is the time to nicely put forward, I'm really close to BKB, guys. Let me finish BKB and then we can push with this, right? Like just drop it in there so they have it in their minds like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. We're getting Aegis, but he's really close to BKB. So I'll just farm, right? That's cool with me. I get to farm, right? Plant the idea early. If you wait till too late, like your team does stuff, starts pushing up to the tier 3, and you goes, wait, guys, I'm almost at BKB. Let's not do this yet. They go, hell no, we're next to the tier 3. We should take it now. Like at that point, it's too late. So the sooner you can plant the idea in your teammates' minds in a nice way, and not in a way that's like really challenging and aggressive, but like just put it forward like, hey guys, I'm really like, let me finish the BKB. I'll be really strong and we can go, right? That's very nice. It's very like, it leaves it open to what they should do, but it makes it clear like, I don't want to be pushing. I just want to farm up this BKB. So they can kind of go with that. That's my best advice. I know they won't always listen. But I find the most success when I plant the ideas ahead of time. You have to inception it. They have to think it's their own idea for it to work. If you try to tell them, like, this is my idea, this is what you should be doing, not what you're doing, then they're like, no, I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. It's got to be my way. We have to push. You just put it out there like, oh, it's just a thought. Like, anyone can have that thought. It's like, it's maybe an idea. And they're like, no, yes, this is a really good idea. We should wait for Monkey King. This is my idea. Monkey King needs the BKB. I've said so. I'm right. And they're like, yeah, you're right. You're right, buddy. You're so smart. I'll get the BKB first. That's a really good idea. We can probably watch this without the update, right? Should we? I guess we'll update real quick and then we'll do this. All right, we should have time for like a couple more. We've been kind of speed moding it along, so I'm not sure exactly how many. Yeah, like I said, some errands to do after today. So a little bit shorter of a replay analysis stream than usual. But maybe we can maybe do more of these. I mean, we will over time. But because there's some casting coming up, and I actually did want to find more pub game examples of things, we could maybe even do more either tomorrow or Friday. We'll have to see. We got to make sure. I still got to make sure I finish all these various casting preps. But that might be kind of the mindset. Or maybe a day where I cast and then I'm too tired to play my own games. So we could do more replay review type stuff. Man. I'm sorry, YouTube people. You know, I just realized the multi-chat was not working recently for you guys. And that's where I was looking. There we go. It's working again. You guys got screwed. Chaos truly came into play. Truly, this was a chaos one. YouTubers, absolute loss. All right, if we do another replay stream, we'll emphasize the YouTube people. And we'll have to watch YouTube people. I already put in the timestamp for this Sven one. It's now a little off because we had to update and all that, but I don't care. I'm not fixing that timestamp. No, wait, I can easily do it like this and just delete the old one. Oops. What were we doing here? We were looking for examples of winning and then losing. Okay, so Sven was doing well. Really long game here, and then some choking, coming back, and then choking. So we can maybe just jump to that. Sven fits the same idea of I may be having a good start, but I do want to finish certain items that make me strong. And looks like you had a pretty smooth... Yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't know the exact build on Sven right now. This BKB makes me wonder if it's a little too early, but we can still take a look. As far as Razor being annoying to deal with, I can't help but notice no one on your team built a Lotus until very late in the game. So if this is the Weaver support, again, like we were just saying, gently incept the idea, like, Lotus Orb would be really good for someone to build. It would really help me versus the Razor, you know, gently put it forward. The Lotus finishing at like 60 minutes is a bit late. There's actually now like two... Oh, you never got a refresher. I was gonna say there's 2 links to deal with at this point. If this Lotus had been... So let's say he finished the Spirit Vessel and he goes for Lotus. It would probably be done around here. Look at that beautiful timing with the Aegis and the Satanic. You're like slotted out, and now you have Lotus as you go up, and now you don't have to worry about the link. So that might have been some of your issue this game. Let's just jump ahead. It looks like you're doing a solid job on maintaining farm. Let's not worry too much about it. Where did it look? Where did it all fall apart? Okay. Right around here. So let's see. Have you seen the changes to Immortal matchmaking? No, is that what the update just was? Because there was an update, but it didn't pop up any info. So I thought it was just like hotfix stuff. I see. So there are some draft changes. Okay, 1 second. Let me read what these are, guys. Let me pull it up. Do I have it on this? Oh, I do. Okay, so what is this? Immortal draft change just came out today. Immortal draft rules will now be used if any player is above 8,500 MMR. I'm freed from draft. Nice, we got it here and we were immediately taken out. Roughly the top 0.5% of players. Previously, the cutoff was 6,500 MMR. Roughly the top 1.5% of players. Man, because of the double down inflation, I used to be top 1%. Now we're washed up. I'm dropping down the percentages. Immortal Draft games do not show up in public match history. What? Replay access is restricted to game participants. And these games are not listed in web. Is Dota 2 Pro Tracker dead? Players who are above 8,500 MMR, the top 0.5% of players, are now required to register an official name to queue for ranked. This name cannot be changed and will be displayed during the pre-game player draft phase of Immortal Draft games. Approximately half of the players at this rank already have an official name registered. So this idea is to get pro players to stop playing on Smurfs and to stop there being account buyers and all that bullshit, and like just play your damn account and be accountable. Players above 8,500 MMR who are guaranteed to play an Immortal Draft game may not queue for ranked as a party. Unranked is unchanged. So they're like, we don't know how to fix party queue. You assholes are abusing it. You just can't. No one's allowed to. Change the way MMR gain loss works in Immortal Draft games to better take into consideration the possible outcomes based on player draft choices. Okay, so I don't really know how that'll account for things. If your MMR is 8,500 plus, all of your ranked games will be Immortal Draft. All matches will be private. If you're required have an official game name registered. Okay. You cannot queue for ranked matches as a member of a party. Unranked is unchanged. If your MMR is 6 blah blah blah, you're fine. Blah 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 blah. Does this kill Dota 2 Pro Tracker? Like, I don't understand how all this stuff works. But how do you see high-level pubs now? As a content creator, yeah. Do I now need to find a way to, like, oh my god, how do I monopolize pro player pubs, guys? This is so annoying. So now I'm gonna have to go befriend people and be like, can I look at your pub games and put them on YouTube? And they'll be like, no. Oh, shit. Is this good for me? Now people are forced to look at my stuff because we get to go off of my information because we can't go off of pro information. But this is so annoying. This Dota 2 Pro Tracker was so good for easily seeing builds things were doing. Presumably you could still watch live. I guess I'm gonna have to, if we can, we're gonna have to do that so much more. I guess Dota 2 Pro Tracker really is gonna become like Pubstar Tracker. 7,500 and up will still be a really good snapshot of roughly what's good, and then the pros will push it further. This is interesting. I really don't know if this is going to work or not. I think the idea, though, being like pros would complain. Like, the reason they want Smurfs is because, like, now everyone can see what I'm doing in pubs, and they're going to see what I'm practicing. So now it's just equalized. Like, they're going to know it's you in the pub game, but they cannot easily click you and see, like, he's playing this, he's doing this, this is how he's doing that. I feel like this incentivizes pro players to go into a lot of games. So it's like, okay, I did play versus Amar or Slardar. Like, I have to go into my own pub, look at him in the replay to learn from him. And if I don't play games, I can't do it. Now they're going to create this network of like, we need all the people who play games so we can like scout out the different people. Scrims are maybe even more important for pros now as a way to like truly test something, but also it's more of a surprise because you like don't even know what they were playing in pubs potentially. Interesting. Well, it's good for us because we're freed from Immortal Draft. The downside is my information gathering is going to be much harder if this really does affect Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I know there's a lot of different Dota sites. I certainly use Dota 2 Pro Tracker the most now for finding builds and stuff. What's a scrim? I always wondered. It's just like a practice pro match, but less stakes involved, so you can be more exploratory. But you don't have to be. You can also just put your best foot forward in practice. I think a lot of pros did that though. Like when the patch came out, I heard many of them went straight to scrims. Like they didn't do pubs, especially because many of them just like woke up to the patch. So they're like, coach, what do I do? Okay. And then just went straight into the scrims. Because that's honestly the best practice you can get rather than a pub game anyways. I will legit pay for it if Valve does that. I like have to have that kind of information as a content creator. Dang. I'll tell you what, timestamp for this Sven game is totally screwed. All right, we're back to the Sven game. We'll see how this change plays out. It might have really hurt how we gather information. Tournament info should still be there because tournaments are ticketed games. So those have always been accessible. They're beyond the 1 week limit and everything. So, once it's in the tournament, it's there. And that's probably where a lot of analyst info is going to have to come from, which it kind of did anyways. But at the start of a tournament, you'd base a lot of it off of either the previous tournaments or pub info. Like so-and-so players doing this. Sven's are now doing this build, you know? And then you kind of see what happens in the tournament, base your info off of it from there. But all the pub data being hidden is very interesting. It's gonna make it a lot harder for me to I guess I'm just gonna have to go into pro tournament games to study up like how's he playing this lane. It's just gonna be harder to connect to pubs because we're really not, pro matches are so different from pubs. Okay, as your team is losing that fight bottom, I think it's good that this Sven is pushing top. We kind of just jumped here, so I don't know if they should have been with their team or not, but we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to keep moving forward and figure it out from there. I do think you should not be falling back to your half of the map quite yet, though, because... So, Twin Gate, a little bit scary, I admit. But otherwise, your team's got a ward here and a ward here. So I think you should keep pushing and staying on their half of their map and going this way. You're falling back, but now when they just keep pushing, like, what are you going to do? And then, oh, we're getting all this information. They're all just going home. So what can we do about it? Nothing. So the initial push was good, but I think you got scared. I think you gotta be a little brave on that stuff. Be smart about where you go. So for example, the Twin Gate was the scariest part. So we don't want to farm this way. and be like right here. But if you farm forward and like these camps, if they are coming from the Twin Gate and looking for you as fast as possible, there is still a certain amount of time you have just because of how long it takes to move on the map. Let's actually go back to that one more time and do it in free cam. Where was it? I think it was even, yeah, it was like here. It was further back. So they finished the kill. Let's say they wanted to kill you immediately. They would have to TP here, and you would see it because you have the observer. So that's off the table. The fastest they can get to you is either running straight this way or running through the Twin Gate and then coming to you, which is at least 20 seconds. So you could get this camp, you could get that camp. If you move this way, though, you could get this camp, and then at that point, we start needing to potentially TP out, because now I'm getting scared. Or we start retreating. Like, after we do this, we get back. But we still have the observers kind of like scouting stuff out. And if we go back to your information only, especially as Ember's here, I'm like getting less and less scared that they're trying to come get me. AA's here, Ember's here. He's going back home. I feel like we could have stayed here. Okay, but you are pinging Roche. I got Satanic. I want to do Roche. Okay, we get Roche. This is where you said it, guys. If you need any time to finish farming, you tell them like, I want to finish this item, and then we can go. Otherwise, lay out the plans now. Let's get the tier 2, and then let's just look for a kill. You don't actually have to push yet. We have 5 minutes of Aegis time. If you can find a fight outside the base, that's much easier, especially versus techies. But there's some mines in that base. All right, little bit of an overkill to God Strength to kill an Ancient Apparition. Also, the fact that he got killed. What did... He tanked the tower the entire time? I don't understand where all this damage came from. It's actually just AA? What is this build? I like can't comprehend this, guys. I can't believe a Primal Beast died killing an AA. But I guess when I look at it, it's a level 17 AA, which seems kind of like this was a core AA in a pub game or like some super farmed AA. I guess so. All right, maybe it's a little more believable, but still blowing my mind. 14 Death Rhyme stacks, 14 strength is a lot. All right. Either way, Sven does not need to God Strength there. Oh, shit. All right, we got one buyback. It's one-on-one. The other guy could maybe buy back, so we should not be here. Especially as God Strength is over. So let's go back. Buyback. Why aren't we happy with what we have? 2 kills. We lost Primal. Tier 2 down. God Strength is about to end. We got a buyback. This is really good. Ignoring this, like, this kill that I still can't comprehend. This is really good. And you should just get out now. You should just leave. You should walk away and wait for God Strength to be up because we have 4 minutes. So when there's 3 minutes left on Aegis, we'll have God Strength again. We can look for another fight. And rather than a fight like right here or right here or right here, We hope to spread a vision, look for them scattered, smoke, get a kill, and then push. Like, backed off for a moment and then came back in. But this guy could always buy back if it's a really good fight. And then, yeah, he just got killed without using anything. So, of course, he just comes back in. And now this is a really, really bad fight. Even if we get out from here, we don't have the Aegis. And we didn't really need to lose it. So the fact that we had Aegis and then the fight went this way kind of shows we like really misplayed. And what misplayed is that we had a lot of winnings and we were like, no, all in, double down. But you should just take the winnings. You just take the winnings, back out, reset, and go for another play. Spend the money you just won, and then the next fight will be easier. All right, we had to pause this replay a bunch, but that was a pretty clean example. He was 3, not support. Well, I guess that explains why he has so much farm. Oh, and this phylactery doing, like, the bonus damage and stuff, I guess. So this one, I would say, what on earth are these guys doing when Sven is dead? This is insane to look for any kind of fight while Sven is dead. They're looking for a pickoff, and if you have information, you can do that, but oh shit, turns out they're all here. Who could have known? Not us, because we didn't have any vision if we go back. So looking for a play right now with no information while Sven is dead is insane. If there's teammates top, or like the enemy's top, enemy's bottom, and there's like 2 people unknown, yeah, you can look for someone in here because it'll be a 4 versus 2. That's fine. You have none of that information. So this is a crazy idea. I think that was it in terms of... Oh, looks like another one at 60 minutes. Why not? Let's take a peek. Ooh, another high ground. All right. 60 minutes in. Never successfully chipped this. Looked like they got ours. Minute and a half on Aegis. So at least we waited more time before going, I would say. Still tough, though, and we still have a little longer. All right, versus techies, you should be very careful about blinking in really far. Don't forget, all the mines continue to reduce your magic resistance per hit, so it really adds up, and it will chunk you down. Be very careful about diving a techies. It's much better for you guys to just hit the buildings. Like, if Sven is hitting this building and Tide is here and Wyvern's there, this guy with Ags is like somewhere back here and he's putting Lotus on Sven. This guy's like waiting back here. You guys just keep putting Lotus on Sven and he hits this for 3 seconds and then backs out and just repeat. What are they gonna do? Look at their heroes. Clockwerk, hook shots onto Sven. Everyone runs in. You're going to just drop the BKB piercing Wyvern's Curse. You're going to ravage them if they're not BKBing fast enough. If Sven walks in, hits us a couple times, walks out, if he gets jumped on in that window, you can time lapse him. After he takes a bunch of damage, you can time lapse him anyways to bring him back to full health. You need Sven to be the focal point right here and force them to go on Sven. And if they don't, they have 5 seconds before they lose barracks. Like, that's just the state of late game Dota. The barracks are going to die really quickly. So you just keep shoving in creep waves, Lotus Sven, let him blink in, hit this, and then walk away. Repeat. Every 30 seconds, you hit for 3 seconds, you repeat. You only need to do it like 2 waves and then the barracks are done. Then you come here and you repeat. And in that time, they must look for an opening to stop you. Otherwise, they're losing all their buildings. That's how this high ground siege should go. Instead, we have like all the heroes walking up like this while Sven is blinking in the back. How can Weaver save this guy? How can Wyvern easily, like, blinks on cooldown because Wyvern's taking damage? How can Wyvern quickly blink into ult? How can this guy, he doesn't even have a blink. How can he walk into Ravage and cover it when it's all the way over here? So this is a really scattered fight. And now the whole team is in the base and we're not really getting anything out of it. And we still had a minute on Aegis, so we could have waited a little longer. So, seems like here in the final stresses of the end game, got caught off. Okay. Let's do one YouTube replay at least, because I was not picking from YouTube for a while, and that's my bad, because the multi-chat got messed up and I didn't notice. And I think we'll do that and end with that. Yeah, we're gonna see about the Immortal draft changes. I wonder if there's something to hiding the public match history. That we were discussing how that helps strategically or not for the Dota scene and the players and us, content creators, people trying to learn from them. But I wonder if there's something that helps them deal with Smurfs and all of that if the account histories are more hidden except for Valve and those players. I don't know. It's true that you can still go into Immortal draft and it gets messed up, but at least preventing party makes it harder to guarantee that's going to happen, if that makes sense. Like, hey, the 3 of us are going to grief. If we party up, we're for sure going to be in the same game. As opposed to maybe we get in the same game, but maybe we all end up in separate games and we can't grief together. So that might help a little. I also wonder if having to have an official name helps at all, and like what that process is. Does that include phone number? Does that include other stuff? Does that make it harder to like boost accounts into there? Does that make it easier to like tell when the account's being played somewhere else? I don't know. I don't know the behind the scenes stuff on that. For me, I'm more worried about, as a content creator and someone who tries to learn and improve at Dota, what that process is now going to look like now that we can't see pro player pubs. So I guess we'll just have to look at pro matches, or Dota 2 Pro Tracker will adjust itself to just take high level pubs, and that'll have to be good enough. Yeah, hiding the meta seems wild. I don't know. Will that make it more interesting to watch Pro Dota, potentially? Because we all go in and we're like, I have no idea what the hell's happening. And we all just get to see it and enjoy it. I think the better network you have, it'll be good too. Like if you have a lot of friends at high level Dota,
replay, Zach,
it becomes much easier to chit chat. NPR, I'm very sorry, very sorry. You're a 0.5% struggling with that problem. Okay. Karen Gorn, I'm probably butchering that name. Let's take a look at another Zeus replay, I guess. and maybe ends up being a similar topic to what we've been discussing this whole time. This last few replays of winning and then starting to lose. So what? Zeus 5 Ancient. And it'll also give us a chance to look at it again, because we actually looked at a Zeus game earlier today, but they were kind of like, it was weird. They were chasing a coddle and stuff. So this might be a more traditional look at Zeus, or Zeus 4, sorry. And then that might be where we stop for today, because I got to go do some stuff. All right, download. Maybe. So it sounds like you could still watch the games, right? Wait. Replay access is restricted to game participants. Okay, so not even. I was wondering if it's like, you know, a pro plays a game and they're like, oh, I want to share this with someone so I can share it with them. Sounds like they can't. Sounds like you would have to like have their account or download it. They would have to like record it themselves and then show it. Man, this means I gotta do a lot more work. I gotta do a lot more work now because I'm gonna have to compile this info myself now. I'm gonna have to go into like, I'm gonna have to go into 10 tournament games that all use Shakiro, and we have to look at the builds and then talk about it. I guess it gives more, it's gonna be more work, but I guess there's more to talk about as an analyst. We'll see. Can you watch live games? Let's see. Watch live. Let me take off anonymous mode. Wait, will it have started to kick in yet? Because it came out just a little bit ago. People could still be in games. Let's do this replay, and then let's... we'll come back to that watch tab. And at that point, pretty much everyone should be getting into their next games. And I guess we'll see if we can see any pro players and people above 8.5. Where are we? Zeus. Blood Grenade, Sentry. Okay, pretty normal. Who are we laning with in versus? Oh wait, this did end up being a Zeus 5. So I guess you lane swapped. Alright, that's fine. Wait, and what was the... Winning lanes and start rotating them. My position 1 starting to lose the lead and falling apart mid-game. Okay, so I'm just going to jump ahead a few minutes to where you maybe start rotating around. Leshrac and Tide in this lane. So right now we have a few hundred gold lead. He's currently disconnected, unfortunately. Does this force me to gain a ton of MMR? What are the odds if I had to, we could make it to 8,500 MMR so that we could get pro level information in pubs? I don't think I could do it. I'm not sure I could, even if I wanted to. I would have to stop making content and just focus on playing. We would stream and play games. And then maybe there's a chance we get like somewhat close. But I don't think I could spend any time doing like regular content as much. I would have to just focus on my own improvement. all the time. No talking, all that shit. Okay, focus. Nature's disconnecting a couple times. Lost you some momentum in that lane to the point where I don't really know if we're winning. We're winning it anymore. Still a little bit, I guess. He's like level... I don't know if I love this. You might need to bolt randomly every now and then. If you're sitting at full mana as a Zeus, go ahead and like just drop a Thunderbolt, check for wards. Even if you don't think there's one, it doesn't really hurt. Like, you have the Arcanes available and 4 mana regen going to waste. So, I mean, give yourself a chance to find a random observer. We'd have bolted like 3 times at this point. Hilarious. Saw sentry there. If you can, I know it's more work, but if you can do the backpack tricks, it's very good for a mana-starved hero like Zeus. Kaya for position 5 Zeus. I'm not sure about that one. That's real greedy. Like, it's kind of doable, but I'm looking at your team and questioning if you really need more damage and more spellcasting. I feel like someone's got to get some utility. Well, I'm open to it. Let's see. Nice. Like, Solar Crest would be really good for your team. 4 Staff is really useful. Lotus Orb, really good. Even at stopping at those 3, it's like, Jakiro, can you get all of them? Oh, well, he got a Midas to do it. Like, it's gonna take forever to line those up. But if you picked up one of them, like you did Solar, he did 4 Staff, and then he went Lotus, then like you're getting all 3 items probably 10 minutes faster or something. And typically Sniper and Natures would do a lot of the damage necessary. So it doesn't look like they're having particularly good games. Man, are we just losing straight out the lanes? It's the last couple minutes. Of just weird fights. Well, I do think the itemization is important, and it wasn't strictly why you started losing all these fights. Where did Pudge go? He went home. Came down here. We do need to play around the Pudge. He's like the only one who can do anything. So we have to play around Pudge and then Pudge and Jakiro, but more Pudge than Jakiro. So this just ended up being like a really bad fight for us. And that's where a lot of the gold difference came from. Okay. We have Kaya now. one of the benefits of the Kaya utility is the increased mana regen. So you gotta bolt a little bit more, like some of these common ward spots. We don't want to like use all our mana because I know when you get into a team fight, you do need to go through a lot of spells, but comfortably around like 3/4, especially when both Mana Draft and Arcane Boots are available. Just keep trying to bolt like high frequency areas and the occasional low frequency area if you're not finding things because they're adjusting. But if you're not winning vision superiority as Zeus, you're missing a big chunk of the hero. Like almost full mana, we should at least bolt here before we place our observer. And then see how you're spending a lot of time away from like Pudge. He's the only one who can do stuff. And Nature's needs to TP to him. So he needs to feel confident to do things. So you have to come with Pudge. And so does Jakiro. Like all of you have to go together and try to make the things happen. I know Zeus might usually be a hero who could not join the team because you have the global ult. But in this particular game, when you have a Nature's as well, you can't all be, you know, farming somewhere else waiting for the global. Killed by those guys at the same time this happened. All right, maybe just unfortunate on the timing. You guys got some fast blinks. I don't know if we will be able to do that. Like, the high Immortal games will still be trackable through Dota. Like, if Dota 2 Pro Tracker wants to start covering those, they can. And to some extent, they already do. They have an option for, like, just looking at high-level pub games or including that data as well instead of just showing pro players. So I think that's what they have to do now, and that's what we all have to accept. The name's wrong now, unfortunately. But it'll still be really useful information. Better than nothing. Now we have some trickle-down economics in Dota, where like the high-level pub players who occasionally get into like 8,500 MMR are gonna study it up and adjust their builds, or like they're gonna have friends up there and they're gonna like, yeah, give me the good stuff. Like, what do I build? You know, and it's gonna leak down into like the sub 8,500 MMR games, and then we're gonna be able to see that information. And then it's going to slowly go down from there. That was like a game of telephone. Like the pro player's like, yeah, this is the build to do. And then the guy's like, yeah, this is the build to do. But you forgot like one step. And then the next guy and the next guy. Oh, I'm on Pudge. We must be end of stream mind wandering. Pudge could probably make that same play and then like get forced after Solared and maybe live. Just as a comparison idea. I think this build is viable if you want to do it. I just don't think this is the game to do it. I think this game needs to be more utility focused. Look at this build. Damage. Damage. This guy, greedy as balls. Damage. Like, you could maybe have gotten away with it if this guy didn't also do it. I can't believe it, but Pudge has the best build in the game. I think. Yours is normal, just greedy for this game. Pudge, I guess Sniper's build is mostly normal too. Well, those are my main thoughts. I think I'm getting less useful. I think we were really focused at the start of this stream, though. I think the first 2 to 3 hours were pretty good info and content. And I wish I was better about converting it to YouTube videos, because lately I've been bad about YouTube videos, but I actually think there was a lot of useful stuff there. And I don't know if I'll have time to do it. I think that's what an editor would be. Like, if I reached that point, I'd be like, hey, pick your whatever you want from the first 3,000. All of that, the 3 hours. That shit was good. Cut a video out of that, please. I don't know how it is to work with an editor. Okay. Well. We'll see what these draft changes end up doing. It might become even more important to play pubs. Or realistically, still just use Dota 2 Pro Tracker, but have to spend a bit more time watching pro matches and like really going through them. It's funny how this update is like most Dota patches are like evaluating the meta of the game, and this is like the meta of my life. I'm like, what am I doing now with my time? How am I like, what do I have to do with this change? That's a new feeling. Yeah, to be fair, I like Zeus because you can go greedy, so I totally get that you want to do that build. But in like your words, if they're all going glass cannon, like someone's got to do it. Someone's got to be the responsible party. And I think you'll win more games that way, even if it's a suboptimal build for, say, Zeus. Like maybe your best build is pure damage, but can't all be pure damage. Okay. Where can we go? All right. I don't know. There'll be a stream Friday, and I'll probably spend that time. We'll play some games, but also spend some time preparing for some casts that are coming up. Prepare my little cheat sheets on popular heroes, stuff like that. So we'll spend some time on that. YouTube people, I'm sorry you got screwed and the multi-chat wasn't working, and I, the fool, didn't notice. So next time we'll try to get more replays out of YouTube than Twitch. Tomorrow, I do want to try to make another video. I just got to figure out what it is. Maybe we'll try to cut something out of today. But if there's time, maybe there's a stream. I think I'll actually probably just like finish various preps and stuff tomorrow. So I doubt there'll be a stream. Do you do pro spectating stream? Well, not in the pubs anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's see before we start ending for the day and like start the raids. I can see some of this stuff here. So can we still watch it live? Pretty sure the players in here are over 8,000. Like, who's in here? Crystallize is in here. He's muted. Why do I have him muted? Actually, sometimes I mute all the players in a game because I'm trying to like video something and then they're like all chatting or something. So sometimes I just mute them all and it stays. I don't recognize all of these names, but like nothing to say is in here. He's ranked 9. That has to be above 8,000. So I guess it's still possible. Or well, how old is this game? 3,000? Is this like before the thing came out and somehow you can still watch it? When did it come out? I think this game must have started after. So maybe we can watch. Let's see if there's another. Mira, Panto, Copy. I think all these guys should all be above 8,500. Yeah, like if you're rank 45, it's gotta be. Like, I don't know the exact MMRs nowadays, but I'm confident people in the top 100 are all over 8,500. So maybe it's still doable if you watch the live games. Maybe we're gonna have to do this more. We'll be watching these like live games on stream or something.
Are you okay?
How come it says Carnage? I've been scammed. How does this work then? It shows crit here, but in the game it says Carnage. How does that work? What does that mean? LMAO, double cliff. Wait, you all just gotta get out of here, right? You can't snowball out of here. Haha, Warlock got the kill. Does this support Clinks, actually? Oh, hell yeah. It looks like support Clinks. Show me the way, Crit. Is this the future? We're watching Crit play live. This is what we have to do, because we can't look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker Clinks. I was saying I wanted to play support Clinks. I just didn't think it was good enough to do. But if Crit is willing to try it, even if he doesn't actually think it's good, and he's just playing it, but it'll work for Crit, surely we can make it work in our shit-ass pubs. Moon jellying. I'm about to end, and then we can decide. I wasn't sure if we were gonna eat here, or like we could eat after we go. Okay, guys. We're gonna go raid Cap, I think. For the Twitch viewers, we'll go raid Cap. Yeah, I'll see you guys Friday. Friday will be our next stream, and we'll do a little prepping for casting. And then I got a lot of casting come up, so the stream schedule might be disrupted a bit next week. Not really sure how it's gonna look. So if there's not a bunch of streams, that's why. And if there are streams, we might just do like replay analysis streams or chill variety streams or something, because I might already be tired from casting. But we'll just we'll figure it out when we get there. Okay, guys, thank you so much for hanging around. Hopefully we covered some useful information in this stream. I do think the beginning was pretty focused and pretty good. I think I'm happy with that. Chaos replays, I think, worked out well. All right, guys. See you later. Bye, everybody.